Alright, looks like we are live. What's going on, everybody? Poopy doopy. Congratulations, Joelington, you are first. No debate. As expected, Anthony Chafee refused to debate me last minute, so... there you go. So Andrew Tate got locked up again. Let's see what else is going on.
Nice. Good. Some people gossip but you can see him and you saw him in the beginning.
Influencer Andrew Tate and his brother have once again been detained in Romania. They are being held for 24 hours on sex offense allegations after police there served arrest warrants that were issued by the UK. The charges stem from between 2012 to 2015. The two previously spent 3 months in Romanian police custody last year on similar allegations. They were placed under house arrest pending a criminal investigation for alleged abuse involving 7 women. Tate is a former professional kickboxer.
Is he holding a fucking Quran there? Oh, jeez.
Who has millions of followers on.
If you're gonna try to claim you're not a sexual abuser, you probably don't want anybody to know you're Muslim.
Twitter or X. Both brothers deny all charges.
Tell us, please, what do you think about the decision for today?
I want to give absolute credit to Romanian justice for making the correct decision today. Unfortunately, I don't think many.
Don_T.respond.to shit. With Von. I'm like fuck it. You tripping. Go get your gun. They dropping. Locations. I'm getting. It done. Fuck tweeting. We sliding. The feds. Will come. He fucking. His bitches. Them niggas. His sons. I'm hanging. With killers. We woo.
That's good to know.
Good evening, VG. I hope that you are doing great tonight. Well, this is a little bit of a Debbie Downer, which is another reason for why these churches should lose tax-exempt status.
Let me take a look. Thanks for the donation, though, Michael Bizarro and Sick Rhymes. Ralph Reed's Army plans 62 million spending spree to boost evangelical alternate. Faith and Freedom plans to spend big registering and turning out evangelicals, handing out 30 million pieces of literature at churches. Prominent evangelical advocacy organization plans to significantly ramp up political spending in the 2024 election with one goal in mind, returning Donald Trump to the White House. Yeah, churches definitely should not be tax exempt. It's absolute fucking horseshit. It's a fucking business just like any other. It's retarded. I don't know why churches are particularly interested in getting Donald Trump elected when the guy's an absolute degenerate, but they're dumb. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
People in Romania understand, but in the West, in the countries that are owned by the Satanists, when you get to a certain level of fame, you either put on a dress or you go to jail, and I'm happy to make my choice, which is jail every single time. My soul is not for sale, neither are my principles. We are innocent men. No, we're very innocent men, and in time, everybody's going to see that, and we're very excited to finish this judicial process and clear our names.
You are free for now, but still the Romanian court approved extradition to the UK after the trial was over here.
It's very.
Would you come to any tellers? 123.40. Look at them results. Let me see.
Oh yeah, you get all the omega-3s you need.
123.40.
You don't have to be worried. A CAC score over 100 is sort of where you start getting.
48-year-old female, BMI 21, blood pressure 96, over 60, HDL 98, triglyceride 68, LDL 123. Low carb, high fat, mostly meat diet, got CAC score 330.
Worried? What was it
That's pretty high.
last year? What was it the year before that? And the year before that? And the year before that? You know, you need to know these things. What's it going to be next year? What's it going to be the year after that? And the year after that? And the year after that? That's what's important. You need data points. They'll probably say you have a CAC score of 330. You need to be on a statin. You're very high risk. The question to ask is, so you're putting me on a statin for a high CAC score, yes. So does that mean that a statin will lower my CAC score?
It's not about lowering the CAC score. If you have established heart disease, statins have been proven to improve outcomes. So they lower the risk of recurrent events or future events. So even if she hasn't had a heart attack yet, a statin will prevent a future heart attack. The statin isn't to lower the CAC score. As far as I understand, it's not even possible to lower your CAC score. Chafee's a fucking lying, degenerate moron. I was supposed to debate him tonight, and he refused to debate me at the last minute, saying that, oh, I didn't agree to have that guest on. It's fucking retarded.
The answer to that is no. It actually raises the CAC score. And they say, well, that's good because it's stabilizing the plaque, and that makes it less likely to rupture. Okay. But
Hello. It me. I've been wondering if after all this time we could revoke the human rights of people with BPD. Or build a wall around them until we can figure out what the hell is going on. I've been training in the clusterbolic time chamber. Unmindfuckable.
I don't know if that would be appropriate. So, borderline personality disorder, yeah, a lot of those people are toxic and annoying as fuck, but, I mean, there's medications, there's varying degrees to which you can be affected by it, and, I don't know if that's really the right way to go about things, but could just avoid them. Thanks for the donation, Michael Bizarro. W donate $2. Please watch until the end, I beg you. It's so good. It couldn't happen to a better person, El Mayo.
You refuse to call it a genocide in front of everybody.
I need you to understand
It's not okay that there's a genocide happening. You're not actively against it.
you're lying.
I'm lying.
You're not.
Why are they going after AOC? She voted against sending aid to Israel.
You went on TV and avoided talking
Like military aid.
about it.
Because now you can't say it's genocide or what you're deciding for political ways.
Why don't you tell us how we're lying?
You can't call it a genocide. Then how do you say we're not lying?
We're not lying.
You've been
We're on
saying it in
TV.
interviews. It's insane. You haven't been calling it a genocide. Don't tell me I'm lying.
What's the instance where you call it a genocide?
They're going after her just because she hasn't explicitly called it a genocide?
If you can't say it, just say it. Literally. We're just talking to you like normal people. Then just say it's a genocide. Just say it. Over 30,000 people are dead, AOC. You can't just say it for once. Just say
I love how they always give out that 30,000 figure. About a third of those are Hamas members.
a word. That's it. That's all we want you to say.
Just say the phrase.
Why don't you call it a genocide, AOC? All you have to do is tell us where you called it that.
Or you're not angry about people confronting you in public when you can't call it genocide. Over 30,000 people have died.
I love how they call it a genocide when only, like, they say it, 30,000 people. That's a genocide? Like, holy fuck.
Okay, stop. Stop.
We're not doing anything. We're just talking to an elected constitution. That's all we're doing. That's it. Nothing
Why
else.
don't you tell us that you called the end of the genocide of Palestinian people in front of us then? Are you worried it'll go viral?
Do you have any comments?
You're going to cut it, and you're going to cut this, and you're going to clip this so that it's completely out of context. I already said that it was, and y'all are just going to pretend that it wasn't over and over again. It's up, man. And you're not helping these people, and you're not helping them.
You refuse.
Well, AOC is a piece of shit.
You're not helping them.
I've done.
For my ego.
are
See,
doing-
I have been pushed and I've been slammed to the ground by cops. I almost died. And you tell me I'm doing.
You said about the Armenian genocide on Twitter. You said that was fine. You talked about that one. Why would you say it
fuck?
hurt everybody? Why us?
I just genuinely do not understand why they're going after AOC. Like, she's supported anti-Israel policies for this whole time period. Reveals Jewish ancestry. So this is she's a massive pick-me. I didn't know she had Jewish ancestry. She's a huge pick-me, if that's the case. Geegan Veins, don't need $2 thoughts. Let me see.
It's just walking away from having to do the serious contemplation about actually figuring out whether you can ever compensate for somebody born into a mental.
Yeah.
Of course, this could only happen in one place.
Let me
That's how
see.
investigators in Polk County just released new details in the arrest of a man accused of killing his 4-month-old daughter.
10 Tampa Bay's Angelina Salcido is live at the sheriff's office right now. Angie, they say the father's story just isn't adding up.
In Dave and Carolina, Sheriff Grady Judd says that this murder here is just incomprehensible. The 4-month-old in this case's name is Willow. She was taken to the hospital on February 22nd with some very serious injuries, from a brain bleed to a skull fracture and 10 broken ribs. Sheriff Judd says that an autopsy report shed some more light into what happened to her.
The baby was beaten in the forehead at least by 10 different strikes. 10 ribs were fractured, and they said would have been from a squeezing of the child. The only person that was home with the baby at the time was Jacob.
Now, Jacob Kubai is Willow's father. He is just 22 years old, now charged with aggravated manslaughter of a child and aggravated child abuse after deputies say he beat his daughter to death. Investigators say it happened shortly after Jacob and the baby dropped mom off at work and went home late that day. Surveillance video actually shows him at a nearby Walmart around 6 to 7 p.m. His baby is nowhere to be found, but he told deputies he went to the Walmart with Willow to get groceries for dinner. An hour later is when Jacob says he found the 4-month-old unresponsive and took her to the hospital. Now, he made his first appearance early this morning.
Well, that guy is a piece of shit and pretty stupid. That is a dumb criminal. I hate working at Target. Don't tell her Zio Rich. Did you see President Sunday trying to report to Dr. Avi to the U.S. Medical Board for ethical misconduct for his pro-Israel stance? Yeah, that's a dumb one. What would you do if Sunday tried to blacklist you from a job? I don't know, man. Maybe call in airstrike, just report him to the IDF, ask them to, airstrike him. Thanks for the donation. I hate working at Target.
Mental illness and spending 20 or 30 or 40 or 50 or 60 years absolutely tortured inside their mind. And if any of us could ever do anything to make that okay. So, I mean, we've used analogies, and Shapiro brought up this subject. I'd like to talk about anti-nihilism. Well, you've had plenty of opportunity for 6 years if you had some argument to make, and there's been plenty of arguments made. And then he just made the generic idiot statement where he says it's a choice, a matter of choice, personal choice. It's an imposition. It's like saying rape is a matter of personal choice. No, I can say it's not a matter of your personal choice. You don't get to choose to impose on something else. That's not your choice. That's where your choices are supposed to start ending, is when you start imposing on something else. Then your rights have to get limited when you start trespassing on other people's rights. And there's this idea presented to you.
I was pulled out of my apartment and investigated for kidnapping a kid. I have no reasons as to why by the local police. How would you handle that? I moonwalked after they took my handcuffs off.
How would I handle that? I think I'd explain to them how I'm terrified of children, and kidnapping a kid's the last thing I'd fucking do, because that would make me in closer proximity to a child. Thanks for the donation, though, Nkindu.
You are well tonight? Any new Frank vids to watch?
Let me take a look. I am doing just fine tonight. Thanks for asking. Frank Tufano. No new shorts. Yeah, no new Frank vids, unfortunately. We've watched all of his garbage content up until now, so nothing new. Thanks for the donation, though, Sam. Yeah, so I would need to hear a pretty good argument as to why bringing someone into existence would be a violation of rights.
That living things have a fundamental right not to be living things, not to be born. If you're going to force them to be born, if you're going to take the ones who wouldn't want to be and force them to be born, you have to have a justification. You have to come up with some explanation for why you have the right to do that. Why
vast majority of people who are born like the fact that they were born. Even those who are suffering from like really horrible chronic diseases from birth, still vast majority would rather have existed than not existed. So I don't know why that would be an assumption you'd make, that you're violating the rights of somebody not wanting to be born, when it's almost universally the case everybody who has existed wishes to exist. Secondly, in order for it to be considered a rights violation, again, the person would have to exist first. So it's kind of like a weird oxymoronic thing. If somebody doesn't want to exist and you bring them into existence, like, that's an impossibility. You can't know that they don't want to exist. So I don't know how you could claim it's a rights violation.
you have a right to wake the dead, so to speak, the Frankenstein, and animate him, especially into this world, this particularly crappy world we live in right now. You have to justify that or defend that with, where did you get the authority? Who granted you the right? I didn't do it, the sperm did it. He'll evade the question once you force him to deal with it. Just this idea that he threw this stupid, ignorant simplification on top of a subject that's very complex in the sense that it has lots of different levels of argument. You have the asymmetry argument, and then you have this fundamental imposition argument where you didn't get consent to do your experiment. The thing that will be affected by your choice isn't you.
Yeah, I mean, there's obviously people who probably shouldn't exist, and you could reasonably assume would be better off not existing, but like, there's ways around that. You can do prenatal screening, and if your kid has like some sort of horrible, I don't know, thing going on, you can just abort.
you primarily. It's the person who's going to exist. They're the thing that's going to live and die that you've imposed on. That's the imposition you have to justify. To call it a matter of choice is just...
We're watching the screen because there's gross babies.
Say something like rape is a matter of choice. I think he thinks eating meat is a matter of choice, that there's no ethic.
Yeah, so typical ethicist argument.
That guy you're watching is called Inmendham and is the crackpot that inspired the Sandy Hook massacre by Adam Lanza.
I'm not gonna get sterilized anytime soon, because I know that I might change my mind about this.
I just pointed you to a video that describes evolution in the starkest, bloodiest, horrible terms. You call that 6 beautiful minutes.
Wasn't the guy who did the Sandy Hook massacre, didn't he already have anti-natalist beliefs? Like he was an ethicist? I don't know if Amendum is the one responsible for his views on ethilism.
Why would you change your mind? Tinkerbell really does exist? You really think there's some hope in any of that shit? But anyway, I can, you know, I'm not getting sterilized anytime soon because it's expensive and who wants to fucking stick knives on their junk, right? So yeah, I mean, I understand not getting sterilized if you know how to do birth control and shit, but
I don't care whether the condom breaks. I don't care whether magic fairies stick sperm in your uterus. If you get pregnant, you're either going down a staircase or you're getting a fucking abortion, but you ain't having no fucking kid. I will kill you. I would kill a bitch if she tried to have my baby.
Well, that's a little hypocritical and a little crazy. So he won't get a relatively simple procedure. Vasectomy is extremely simple procedure because he's afraid of needles or something. But then if he accidentally gets a girl pregnant, okay, then she has to get a much more invasive, much more painful procedure done, or he's gonna throw her down the stairs. Like, okay. Zero donated $2. Let me see.
Get back in front of the car.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, officer. I'm sorry.
Stay right there. Put your hand.
22 Kentucky and Beer back 3 out of 55 on the 417, 91
Stand up straight. What is wrong with you? Take a deep breath. It'll be all right. Take a deep breath.
I can break these cuffs.
You can't break those cuffs. We appreciate your cooperation now, okay?
I remember that. Yeah, that's a good old-fashioned meme. Let's watch the whole video.
Sir, keep it on. First they said that you were trying to solicit money from them.
Who said that?
I thought that's what the people said the first time we spoke to them.
Oh, no. I don't do that. That's against the law.
Folks, do me one favor. You did state to me. I'm sorry, grab your money there. You did. Right, which is soliciting.
Would you look at this first?
Do me a favor.
Ho.
You're resisting. Stay. You know.
And on, and that's just the bottom line of it.
Wasn't he trying to climb like a telephone pole or something? I vaguely remember that. Well, thanks for the donation, Zero.
But a CAC score says nothing about the soft plaque. You could have a lot of soft plaque or not a lot of soft plaque. So raising your CAC score, is that necessarily a good thing? Not necessarily. Is it necessarily a bad thing? Well, according to them, if you're on statins, then it's not a bad thing because you're stable.
Like a higher CAC score is worse than a lower CAC score. It just means more of your, you have more blood flow occlusion. A lot of the time calcified plaques are unstable too.
Stabilizing your plaques, which sort of seems a bit off to me. Those are two sort of mutually exclusive ideas. If your CAC score is...
Did you see what the Pope said? I did not see what the Pope said.
Up. So that means you need to be put on a statin, which makes it go up even more. Are we thinking about this? So that's a question I would ask. Your triglycerides look great. Your HDL looks great. Your LDL.
Yeah, Anthony Chafee's a moron. This coward is too afraid to debate me. I was supposed to debate him tonight, and then at the last minute, he refused. Like a fucking bitch. I just fucking knew it, dude. I even told Jack, I was supposed to debate him with Vegan Booty's boyfriend, Jack. And I even told him, try to keep it a secret from Chafee if you can, that I'd be coming on to debate him because he's going to pull out. And then, yeah, sure enough, he did.
Very funny because I've been asking Romanian courts to go to the UK myself. I've asked 5 times and been declined. So now I get to go home. That's fantastic.
You will be in the jail again at the final of the process. What do you think about that?
We'll see.
Oh, what measures are about it?
Booty Cam donating $2. Let me see. Zelensky criticizes Pope Francis's white flag comment.
But the part was.
Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky criticized Pope Francis for saying Kiev should have the courage to negotiate an end to the war with... Whoa. Oh my god, that is just so monumentally fucking stupid. Oh, if only the United States had the courage to negotiate surrender terms to fucking Nazi Germany. Fucking Pope. Keckington donated $2. It's kind of funny how Keffels deleted all her videos from her channel once Mudahar decided to do a full-fledged investigation on her GoFundMe money. Yeah, no shit. I'm pretty sure she's guilty of fraud. She said she was going to use the money to sue the police and everything, and then she didn't. Like, what's retarded is that people even gave her money. She has no basis to sue them. They looked at her ID, and I think on her ID it said she was male. And then they just, you know, made a simple mistake, not realizing she was trans, and then they apologized after. So, like, what are you going to sue for? And, you know, she was swatted. They have to follow, you know, procedure, and they acted professionally. She's such a fucking jackass. Her whole audience is fucking retarded too. Like, I cannot imagine people being that stupid to give her money for something like that. But yeah, Keffels is a lying, disgusting scammer. Thanks for the donation, Keckington.
Lucky that it hit on the corner and not in the center.
Yes, you're right.
В Україні багато було колись білих стін, будинків і церков, які зараз обпалені та розбиті російськими снарядами. І це дуже красномовно говорить, хто саме повинен зупинитись, щоб війна зупинилась.
Ракета зайшла 6 метрів під землю.
Ось що таке церква з людьми. А не за 2500 кілометрів десь там займатися віртуальним посередництвом між тим, хто хоче жити, і тим, хто хоче тебе знищити.
Ci vorrebbe la resa, la bandiera bianca in questo caso di una resa, però per alcuni dicono è legittimare poi la legge del più forte se c'è la resa. È giusto o sbagliato?
Booty Cam donated $2. Let me see.
Welcome back, defenders.
8:30.
Ukraine war suggests that Ukraine is defeated. The Pope shocks Ukrainians by implying they have lost the war with Russia and should raise the white flag. Let me give you the response. Kyiv slam.
I think if you're looking at pure attrition, the attritional losses are like 10-1 in favor of Ukraine, if not worse. They might be like 11 or 12-1. The idea that Ukraine is losing is just fucking insane.
Slams Pope's white flag call, vows no surrender to Russia. Ukraine's flag only has 2 colors, yellow and blue. There is no white. So let me read for you what the Pope said in this interview so people don't think he's being taken out of context. I think he's speaking in Italian, but I'll read for you the English subtitles. I believe that the strongest are those who see the situation, think about the people, and have the courage to raise the white flag and negotiate. And today you can negotiate with the help
Yeah, negotiate with Hitler.
of international power.
Like it's funny too, it's ironic because the Catholic Church was extremely friendly to Nazis, and they actually helped a lot of Nazis flee Germany, flee Europe, and go to South America and shit. And then here's the Catholic Church, the head of the Catholic Church right now, saying, oh yeah, literally negotiate with Nazis, negotiate a surrender.
Powers. The word negotiate is a brave word. When you see that you are defeated, that things are not progressing, it is necessary to have the courage to negotiate. You are ashamed, but how many deaths will it end with? Negotiate in time, look for some countries to mediate. Today, for example, in the war in Ukraine, there are many who want to mediate. Turkey, for example.
Oh yeah, Turkey, who's, you know, being friendly with Russia, with the, like, guy who's practically a fucking dictator. Yeah,
Example.
Oh my god.
So where do I begin with the Pope? And I think everyone is well aware of the Vatican's shameful history, appeasing and working with dictators. So this isn't a good look for the Vatican, not a good look for the Pope. But what treaty, what negotiation, what agreement has Russia ever entered into that they've kept their end of the deal? The Russians are liars. They're manipulators. Putin on Kremlin state TV admits this is a war of imperialism. Russia wants their empire back.
Yeah, that is monumentally fucking stupid for the Pope to say that. Just crazy stupid. All right.
Hours after their arrest, the Tate brothers, Tristan first, then Andrew, were taken into court for the extradition hearing. According to a lawyer who's planning civil action against them in the UK, there was a suspicion they were about to flee Romania. The brothers deny that.
We wrote to the UK authorities last week off the back of information we'd received that Tate was planning to flee Romania. We alerted the UK authorities, and we made a plea that if they were going to act, that they act now before Tate has a chance to evade justice in Romania and also the UK.
In Bucharest for the past 2 years, the Tates have been fighting charges of rape and human trafficking brought by Romanian women. Now, the brothers face new and similar allegations from British women in claims made to Bedfordshire police.
You are arrested again? Why?
The judge approved the UK extradition, but it won't happen until the Romanian charges have been dealt with.
My soul is not for sale, neither are my principles. We are innocent men. No, we're very innocent men. I've been asking Romanian courts to go to the
They are so fucking guilty, it's not even funny.
UK myself. I've asked 5 times and been declined. So
I don't know if I've literally ever seen a rape case where there wasn't, like, video footage where people were caught so red-handed. There are text message conversations absolutely proving what they did. They're absolutely fucked.
So now I get to go home.
The brothers' lawyer spoke outside court.
You must bear in mind that at the time when the foreign authorities issue such an arrest warrant, the description of the facts is rather brief and rather incomplete. It seems that we are talking about acts that were allegedly committed many years ago, over 10 years.
Andrew Tate is also facing a UK civil action. 4 women claim he raped them, old allegations that were investigated by Hertfordshire police but later dropped. The Tate brothers deny all allegations against them. They're banned from leaving Romania, but that restriction is the subject of their next court battle. Martin Brunt, Sky News.
Yeah, they're so screwed. Let's see. Fuck.
This is intentional. This is intentional. There's a level of intentionality here. I don't think this could be a mistake.
Of these bodies without doing proper...
Yeah, why not cite the... Why would he... God, he's so stupid. Did he just say they...
100% a case of projection as well.
The rapes were a projection from our proud days of Lehi and Irgun military dominance.
I mean, a lot of people have been saying for a long time that, that the accusation is the confession in
The accusation? No. What? It had. This was not an evaluation of Israel's conduct. Very specifically... I can't. Okay, it is intentional. It is intentional, and these people are evil. I can't fact check every single claim. Like every single thing said is like a lie. This is like unhinged. What's your professional opinion on why lefties like Azan feel the need to literally engage in apologia for what seems like the most obvious open and shut case like October 7th? Remember, the narrative is Palestinians are fighting back because of unfair and unjust oppression by the oppressors. So as part of that narrative, there's two parts that are really important. One is all bad things that the lower party, the oppressed party, does is because of the oppression, okay? That's number one. And number two is that it's kind of in line with number one. Number two is that oppressed people are always good people, but if there is any badness about them, that's only attributable to the oppression. They don't say to, but it seems to be the case. So when October 7th happens, do people get killed? Sure. Hostages taken? I mean, yeah, they're oppressed. Like, you can go down the line, all these things. Rape as like the tool of the oppressed, that's a hard one. I don't think you can accept rape. There's too much cognitive dissonance. So you either have to rewrite the narrative on like, okay, well, maybe there's something a little bit more to this than oppressor, oppressee. That's impossible. So remember, the way that you resolve cognitive dissonance, if you can't change your understanding, you have to change the facts. So the understanding can't change. For most people, unfortunately, that's the case. So then it becomes a fact of cherry picking. Okay, well,
No, haven't banned Christie's stinky hole yet.
I have been living with fleas for several months now. I don't have any pets. I cannot harm the fleas as I'm vegan. I am worried about the bubonic plague and other diseases. How can I mitigate my risks while still acting as a good host to my fleas?
It is vegan and perfectly acceptable to kill fleas. They are committing harm against you and violating your rights to bodily autonomy, so you can kill fleas. We actually just found a tick on our dog Faye, and we took the tick off and then killed it. But thanks for the donation, Reggie.
didn't happen. Boom. And then it's easy. And then the not happening also conveniently fits other narratives of like, well, obviously the rapes didn't happen because the rapes didn't happen because the IDF lies. Israel lied. They all lied. They're liars, obviously. I will say, I don't know what the point is of third-party investigatory bodies. I don't know what the point is of like the UN and the whatever, because it seems like all they are is a mouthpiece for.
There we go.
Of October 7th. But it looks like it's essentially them, I'm going to say parroting, but that sounds mean. But like it's basically them parroting whatever the medical investigators and the IDF people already told them. But then on the flip side, whenever the Amnesty International, the UN does investigations in Palestine, it's just them parroting whatever Hamas tells them or the Palestinian Health Authority. I don't know what the point is of these third-party bodies that come in, and all they do is they interview the people already there who give the same answers that they gave to their official reporting bodies themselves. It's like, well, what the is the point of any of this? Like, why? I don't know. Now, that being said, let me hedge that. I haven't read the report thing, so. It clearly happened. The question is, do you think there's evidence of systemic rape or planned rape by Hamas?
Oh, yeah.
I'm trying to think if, I don't know if in general, if I associate like Islamic extremism with mass rapes. I'm trying to, because I feel like I don't remember ISIS doing that. They could have, and I just don't remember. Here we go. Let's see what they have to say about the UN's report.
Some of the social media likes of Anat Schwartz, one of the people who's bylined on the piece that no one had ever heard of. And it turned out that she had liked a number of tweets that really were, not just dehumanizing Palestinians, but in fact she liked one tweet that called for turning Gaza into a slaughterhouse and dispensing with any rules of engagement. And,
This video is mostly Destiny pointing out how bullshit the Intercept article is that popularly called into question October 7th rapes. It's super autistic. There's a more recent video where he actually debates the chief editor of the Intercept over the article.
Is this the guy? I'm assuming this is him.
They were not.
All right, well, thanks for the donation, faggot.
Not Hamas.
How could he possibly know that?
He's special forces. I mean, he like you think, all right, fine. But
Well, I'm just curious. Could you explain that to me? How would he know if they're Hamas or not? If Hamas could wear civilian clothing?
He has fought, like he's fought.
Look at all the civilians. This guy shops at Target.
Most of the civilians killed on October 7th were killed by Hamas.
Okay, but the rapes were done by randoms, if they happened.
What rapes? What happens after the PLO leaves to the Lebanese population at the hands of the IDF and its proxies there? What happens?
The Phalanges are the proxies of the IDF? Why were the Phalanges so incensed?
It's just relentless denialism here.
It's not relentless denialism.
Like-
You just have a one-sided view of the history. Why were the Phalanges so upset at the Palestinians? Who got assassinated by who? What happened?
So it's justified? Like
I didn't say it was justified, but you're making it sound like.
What's the point? Then what's the point?
Because
of
you're
saying
the
that
point is to not
everybody
have-
has grievances. Do you think that there is a group of people in the world that doesn't have grievances against another people?
No, but you're making it sound like Israel can have no grievances.
Are we already on? Is that how streaming works? That like as soon as you click join, you're like on.
Yep, live
on stream,
on air.
All right, well, hello everybody.
All right. I got big questions. I went down a rabbit hole last night.
Oh, excellent.
The UN released a report from their envoy of sexual or conflict-related sexual violence investigations, blah blah blah, which I'm sure you're aware of. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I saw that you guys had written.
Booty come to any tellers. This guy is so tired he mentions he's a journalist over and over again. Menti though. All right. Yeah, usually when you have the idiot you're debating mention their credentials over and over again, you know you've got a real fucking genius. Thanks for the donation though, man.
A couple articles relating to this, especially in response to a New York Times article that got written, and so I kind of, dug through all of these. I think I read about 7 or 8 of these over the past couple days, and I just kind of like digging into the reporting and the directions that these are going. I got interesting questions.
Okay.
This is I guess my first question to kind of like orient the conversation. In your mind, if you had to like assign a likelihood of over 50%, what do you think in regards to all of the sexual violence, what do you think has happened, I guess, on October 7th in Israel? Like, what is the likely story, do you think?
I mean, people have to realize there's also like October 8th. Like, it took
a couple
the
days.
IDF. It took the IDF a while until they, responded to the early morning October 7th. They bust through the fence. The Nova Music Festival is getting attacked like immediately. After that, you have minimum hundreds. Israel says hundreds, maybe thousands of other people from Gaza who can't come across the fence. At least five or six organized armed groups who are not Hamas, operating, some of them with some affiliation, some of them seeming to operate independently, some of them seemingly criminal gangs. And then you have, just absolute mayhem and violence for a long stretch of period. And what the UN report says is that, and you could read one of their first quotes, it says, like, in the context of the violence of October 7th, it is reasonable to conclude that sexual violence was committed amid all of that other violence. And I think that is a completely fair statement to make. I think it would be shocking if we found out that there was zero. Like, why would there be all of this violence and all this mayhem, but absolutely zero sexual violence? What we've focused on is the broader claim that Israel began pushing in early December, and then which really catapulted with the end of December article in the New York Times, that Hamas, as part of its military plan, weaponized rape and sexual violence against Israeli women. Like, And that is the claim that if you go to, let's say, the Israeli embassy sites around the world, go look up, the Israeli embassy in France. Go look at their Twitter account, their social account.
Yo. Who you got on the Tyson/Lone Paul fight? Also, I met the rapper Riff Raff at a concert. I was drunk AF and spilled my drink on his shoe. My friend captured the exact moment my cranberry bourbon hit his Jordan. No more drinking for me.
Well, that's probably a good idea. Drinking is not good for you. But, I'd have to put my money on Tyson. Even though he's old, he's still in really good shape, clearly. And he's so much more experienced, and he's still got a lot of power, a lot of speed, and way more skill. So I'm going to put my money on Tyson. I hope Tyson just fucks Paul up. Thanks for the donation, Masashi Blade.
The one in Japan, the one in the UK, they're making this claim that there was this, mass campaign, this mass weaponization of sexual violence. Frank Luntz has been giving private messaging guidance to supporters of Israel. After focus grouping and polling the question, he tells them the number one way to get support for the ongoing slaughter in Gaza is to call Hamas brutal, savage rapists. And he says, do not use the word evidence. Like it's a very Frank Luntzian thing. He's like, don't use the word evidence because then people.
I had a 500 kilograms Nazi bomb drive past my flat the other week. In the first clip is where I live. We all had to leave for 6 hours. They set it off out to sea.
Let me see. Yep, every so often they find those bombs in the UK.
There it goes.
Yep.
Oh wow.
Hiya! I think there's someone in that one and that one, but I've not seen or heard from them. I can give them. Yes. I'm just going to get my gloves.
Yeah, that happens occasionally. Thanks for the donation, Aaron from England.
People are going to ask what evidence do you have. Use the word truth, because truth is something that just feels a way to somebody, and it feels true to people that Hamas is a savage, brutal, bunch of savage, brutal rapists. But don't say evidence, because then you'll say, well, what evidence do we have? And then you have to start saying, oh, well, according to the UN, they don't actually have any evidence that Hamas participated in this. So what I've been saying is, what is the evidence to back up?
I don't know, aside from the videos they made?
This sweeping, aggressive claim that Hamas itself...
That is scary.
I wouldn't be particularly afraid of something like that, but I guess it would worry most people. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Deliberately carried out a campaign of sexual assault around Israel.
Okay, so then if I'm thinking of like the broad narrative of what's happening, I'm thinking of two things. I'm thinking of what happened from October 7th to October 10th, and I'm thinking of what's going on with the international, or namely Israel's, I guess, pushing of this particular thing. Are we then of the opinion that like maybe a couple sexually related violence happened, like maybe a few of these events happened, and then Israel is largely fabricating the claim, and then they've also roped in these other actors like Cohen and these other people to be part of the gimmick, or?
Well, I mean, we know for certain that much of it is fabricated, and we've reported that. Like, I'm not sure what your question there is.
So here's my impression in reading everything. Right. My impression in reading everything was the idea was that.
Oh, by the way, Cohen. Mm-hmm. Cohen is very specific, and he's former special forces. Like, this is somebody who would know. Like, he has been very clear from the beginning that the perpetrators that he is describing, and set aside whether he saw it or didn't see it based on different testimony that he's given, it's a traumatic situation. You can imagine how your eyewitness testimony might evolve. He himself says that the people he saw were not Hamas.
Well,
that they were civilians.
He didn't say that, to be clear.
He does say that. Let's pull it up.
No, we don't have to. I watched this video. He says they're wearing civilian clothes, right?
But he says they were not Hamas.
How could he possibly know that?
Because he's special forces. I mean, like you think, all right, fine.
Well, I'm just curious. Could you explain that to me? How would he know if they're Hamas or not? If Hamas could wear civilian clothing,
he has fought. Like he's fought. Like he knows what he's talking about.
Like he knows all of Hamas,
No.
or
I mean, he knows the signature of Hamas. If you think he's wrong, that's fine to say. What I'm
Okay.
saying, as a journalist, he has claimed to have the expertise to know whether or not they're Hamas and to be certain that they were not.
Okay, I think
understand
we
why
watched
he'd say,
through-
well, how does he know? Hey, like, did he check their IDs?
Sure.
He was right. But
okay, sorry.
you can also imagine how somebody who has a lot of experience in the military can tell the difference between professional soldiers in a unit and civilians.
maybe, yeah. I saw several interviews with him yesterday. He might have used that exact line that these were definitely civilians. I didn't see that. I know the New York Times story, and in a couple of other interviews I saw, he said they were wearing civilian clothes. Maybe he did say that in another interview. I've never seen that.
Right, but the New York Times is telling you a particular story about Hamas weaponizing sexual violence, and so the way that they phrase that is less clear than he has been consistently.
Okay, so then he didn't say they're civilians. They're just quoting that as part of the story about.
It's weird how he's saying New York Times is a bias to support that narrative. They absolutely don't. The New York Times is being horrible with reporting and being anti-Israel.
Hamas. Weaponizing
he has been clear that he believes they were civilians. The Times is going to say describe it as they're wearing civilian clothes, so that the reader can say, well, maybe they were still Hamas.
Okay, that is possible, right?
And I just picked that one up, because
You can meet people who are ex-military, especially when you're talking about just regular army. You would never fucking guess they were ever in the military. They're not super masculine or macho or anything. They're not super muscular or whatever, or super fit. The way they act like normal people. Like the idea that just because, he's special forces, so he'd know the way they move and the way they act, that's just bullshit.
Who mentioned Roz Cohen, but B, his testimony is the one that makes the phrase "screams without words." Like, so the headline of the article is "Screams without words," and that's a quote from Roz Cohen. "Screams without words: How Hamas weaponized sexual violence on October 7th." And it's just inconvenient for the article that the quote they're using in the headline specifically is not Hamas. Specifically is not in reference to Hamas.
Possibly.
Right, according to him. Like, you could say he was wrong, but he's very clear, and very direct.
Okay, I'll look later to see if he's specifically speculated on whether that was Hamas or not. I'm not sure how much of I don't know how big of a deal that is. I'm curious because I don't understand this. You guys a lot of the time.
I mean, it's the headline, so it's like kind of embarrassing. That's all.
Well, you guys say over and over again that this wasn't Hamas. What is the implication? That ordinary Palestinian civilians just ran over the border and as quickly as possible? Or I don't understand what the counter narrative.
That's his art. What he's saying, right? Yeah, all this gets uncomfortable. Then is he saying it because he wants like justification for some broader retaliation? I don't know. Here, let me see if I can pull this up for you. Here, let me send this to you. I'll send it on Twitter. Here. This is him talking to Jake Tapper. That's a 7-minute video. I don't know what the timestamp is.
That's fine. I'll look
so,
at it after.
I mean, So the New York Times makes a very sweeping claim here. How Hamas weaponized sexual violence on October 7th. If you go through the article, trying to find support for that very sweeping claim, you quickly have real trouble backing that up.
Well, I feel like the way
journalism, if you're going to put something in the headline, you got to have support for it in the article. That's a basic 101 when it comes to journalism.
Sure. So I feel like
because it's the headline that gets around the world.
Yeah, I understand. I think that the material in the article very easily supports the headline. I think if there's a military operation.
Let's point to some. I've got it up here. Can you point to any?
Sure. Off the top of my head, I remember there was Cohen and his friend. I don't know how to pronounce his last name.
Guaita, I think. Show him Guaita.
Show him.
Don't know why my donation didn't go through. Shows my PayPal that I donated 3. I don't know. Sometimes it does that. Just do a chargeback, I guess.
Wait, he and his friend were laying in some bushes. They apparently witnessed rapes.
Well, actually, by the way, one point on that.
I'm aware that you're going to say that, well, the Guaita guy said that at one point he couldn't watch or he looked away or whatever, and then he changed the story.
Not that. Anat Schwartz, in her podcast interview, said, okay, I've got Roz Cohen. That's one source. New York Times wants me to have another source. And so Roz Cohen gave me numbers of the people that he had numbers for who were hiding with him in the bush. She got in touch with Shoam Guaita, and Shoam Guaita said, that he didn't see it. In the New York Times, he's quoted in a really slippery way. Let's because I'm a journalist, like maybe I can see this more clearly than you can. No, so here's the paragraph. Shom Gueta, one of Mr. Cohen's friends and a fashion designer, said the two were hiding together in the stream bed. True. He said he saw at least 4 men step out of the van and attack the woman, who ended up, quote, between their legs. He said they were, quote, talking, giggling, and shouting, quote, and that one of them stabbed her with a knife repeatedly, quote, literally butchering her. Like, this is absolutely horrifying stuff that they witnessed. And it seems to me, I believe, quite clear that they heard, and I think Cohen witnessed, a vicious attack, a stabbing attack. What's this weird? Look at the way that this paragraph is written. Now, recall that Anat Schwartz said on the record in this podcast interview that Gueta would not confirm that he had witnessed the rape. Like, that's what she said publicly to this podcast audience. And then notice that the language in here is quite slippery and does not actually go all the way to saying that she has a second source here.
So do you think that Gueta is fabricating things here? Or do you think that Schwartz is fabricating here?
I think Gueta was honest, and I think that the Times stretched what he said to try and make it fit.
What part was stretched? Do you think he just didn't say he saw anything at all, or?
Yeah, I think I don't know. He's not talking anymore.
Okay, well, because this is big. We're basically saying that the writers here have inserted complete and total fiction in this part of the story.
Not complete and total fiction. It's just you look at the way that they wrote it, and it's just.
I'm looking at the way they wrote it. He said he saw at least 4 men step out of the van and attack the woman, who ended up, quote, between their legs, end quote. He said that they were, quote, talking, giggling, and shouting, end quote. That one of them stabbed her with a knife repeatedly, quote, literally butchering her, end quote. What part of this? What is the trickily written part of the sneakily written part?
What does this phrase mean? Who ended up, quote, between their legs?
Well,
whose legs? The men's legs? Like what?
My guess when reading this was, my guess is going to be that when she was on the phone with him, she probably really wanted to get a confirmation that, did you see them rape the girl? Did you actually see that? My guess is either because of his position or his unwillingness to look or whatever, he didn't actually see that, but maybe he was in a position such that the best he could see was the guys behind her and her legs were open and that's it. So maybe that's the biggest quote that she could get from him as well. They were between her legs. I couldn't see if they were raping or not. Are you assuming that between their legs means that?
I don't know what that's referring to. Normally, if as a journalist, if a source is talking to you about what they saw, you go back to them until it's clear. If go back to what she said publicly, that he never confirmed it, which is true. Which time was she being honest? Like that he didn't confirm it, or that he did confirm it in the article? Setting that aside, I think they witnessed a violent attack. He says this is not Hamas. Does that matter to us? All right, so that's so.
So, today, one of my retarded co-workers claimed that pigs are filthy animals because they live in their own shit. I told her that's because they are confined to small spaces. I even said that's the same as a Nazi claiming that Jews are filthy for the same reasons, lol.
Yeah, that coworker's a dumb bitch. That's basically like saying, babies are filthy, they shit all over themselves. Well, I mean, you put a diaper on them and they're babies. So I don't know. It's even worse, actually. Thanks for the donation, though, Ben.
Well, we keep focusing on this not Hamas. For one, so the first thing is it doesn't matter, actually. If a whole bunch of civilians are breaking through a fence and they're committing violence as a part of or alongside your military operation, you almost necessarily condone or at least are responsible for that violence. If a bunch of U.S. soldiers were to break into Mexico and a bunch of U.S. civilians were to follow them and start raping people, you would say the United States. Yeah, so that's
absolutely.
Oh my God, no evidence that Hamas did it. Is he nuts?
These people just need, for the sake of their narrative that Palestinians are these poor innocent people, they need to cope and say, oh, Hamas are freedom fighters, they'd never do something like this. It's retarded. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Yes, moral responsibility, sure. That's different than saying it was a deliberate campaign of mass rape. And I think there should be criminal investigations of all of it.
Sure. Well, hold on. Not only would it be necessarily probably the responsibility of the invading party, you would also say you have like culpability in other senses of the word too. Not just like legally or morally, but you're probably allowing it to happen if it is, as you're combing through the area and you've got a bunch of people in civilian garb that are now raping women. I think that comes off as condoning it to me.
Well, I mean, most of the, I don't know if it's most, but like a significant number of the militants who came across the border ended up getting killed that day.
Sure.
And they're not a police force. I'm not but sure, yes. If they had not launched the attack, then none of it happens on that day.
Yeah. And then I think there's also the weird thing too that just again because people are in civilian garb, it doesn't necessarily mean they're not Hamas. I'm pretty sure in the original videos.
But to Cohen it is right. But to Cohen.
Hey man, yeah, so we arrived and I think there was a bit of a miscommunication on their end and they didn't know that it was going to be 2v3. So they made the decision, Chafee and his other friend Sanjay, to only do 2v2. So unfortunately, yeah man, they'll probably make it up to you next time, maybe. Yeah, he says so. It's just a voice message because...
Hey man, how are you?
All right.
Cohen, I'm just saying, like, you accept Cohen's expertise over, like, why do you have like a better insight into, you know, the distinctions between Hamas wearing civilian clothes, Palestinian civilians, or Palestinian civilians that Raz Cohen is clear and certain are not Hamas figures? Like, think about it. Like, if you're walking around.
Well, yeah. Well, no, hold on. Well, think about it.
Where do you live?
Somebody that does a lot of reading, does a lot of research, and tries to figure the truth out of things, right? So what I would ask is, I wouldn't say did he say it. I would say what was his reason for saying it. So, for instance, you're telling me, well, he said this over and over and over again, and I don't recall seeing him say that they were definitely civilians. I do recall him saying that they were in civilian garb, but let's say that he did say they were civilians. My question would be, oh, well, what evidence did he put for that? And if it's just the fact that they were in civilian clothes, that would be very strange to me, because my understanding is that the IDF claims, and I believe even Amnesty International, other people have affirmed that Hamas sometimes wears civilian clothes. So why would I assume just because somebody's in civilian clothes, especially if there are people in civilian clothes that are alongside clothed, like uniform members of Hamas taking part in the October 7th attacks, why would I assume that every single person in civilian clothes is just an unaffiliated civilian?
I'd say because you have to take into account his expertise.
Wait, you're not answering the question. When you just say his expertise, that's not an answer. That's just like an appeal to authority that means
Why not?
nothing. Because
of course, he's the person saying it. His authority matters.
It absolutely doesn't here, right? Because I'm challenging the claim. You can't just appeal to the authority. If he has authority in the area, then authority is never used as a substitution for an excuse. Authority means that you can provide a really good excuse. Like, if you were to ask me a question about something I have like a lot of authority over, I would say, oh, well, it's because of this, because of that,
ultimately,
that, and that.
ultimately it's a subjective judgment, even if they're, you know, and so this like claim that you can get around it by saying that it's a fallacy of an appeal to authority is incorrect, because it is literally a subjective judgment. So his subjective expertise is central to understanding it. All right, whatever.
Sure.
Let's say,
just real quick.
We give you this one.
Yeah, we don't have to. I just want to say just real quick, okay? Because
I don't want. Yeah,
we don't have to focus on
something else.
Yeah,
tell me something else in the article that supports the headline.
Sure, we can. But just as a quick thing. Right. So when you said a few times as a journalist, and then you went through this paragraph, you didn't just say as a journalist. You said, well, as a journalist, I see this and this and this, and then you pointed to particular things. That would be an example of like you're citing your authority, but then you're giving examples why you think it's relevant here. You wouldn't just say, well, as a journalist, then leave the. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I've reached out to Raz Cohen. He has not responded. The Times reached out to him for a follow-up story. He said he's not talking anymore, even to the New York Times.
Okay.
So I don't think that he's been. But I think he would, he would give an interesting answer. I think, okay, why are you so sure?
Sure, okay.
But he seems sure.
One of the stories that you guys seem to fight against a lot is this one relating to Miss Abdouche. The lady in the black dress.
If you want to do that one, or you can do the. But they have three. Mm-hmm. They have two sisters, and then they have Abdouche.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So
our article the other day was not about Abdouche; it was about the sisters.
Sure. I feel like Abdouche gets brought up in, I think, the three that I read that you wrote. I think all three of them. I could be wrong. So the Abdouche one is very interesting to me.
Right, and so let's try to find even a remote bit of evidence that Hamas was that supports the idea that Hamas launched a mass rape campaign.
Sure. Well, I guess the first question
what
is
would be the evidence of that?
Well, the first question is do we believe this person was raped?
I think it's plausible. But how the lack of plausibility comes, however, in the timeline. You're familiar with the timeline, right?
I believe so, yeah. Are you going to bring up the fact that there was a text message 4 minutes before she was, yeah.
9 minutes, yeah. Her relative seems to have misspoke there. But yes, it's 6:51. She texts, we're at the southern border.
Mm-hmm.
You have no idea how bad this is.
Mm-hmm.
9 minutes later, her husband texts the family and says she's been killed. And he lives for another hour and a half. And he also then ends up being killed. And so some of the family's response has been, we know that a grenade was thrown in. That explains the charring. Like, why, how in 9 minutes did this happen, and why did her husband tell us that she was killed if that wasn't true? Like, so I don't. That's the reason that.
Why does the family's opinion? Why are they ever being sourced in regards to this particular case ever in your guys' articles? I don't understand.
Because the Times quotes some of the text messages, but doesn't put the timeline in its article, because the timeline undermines the plausibility of it.
Does it? Is it impossible to be in 9 minutes?
No. But if I'm trying to understand how exactly that works with him still there. Like why did they kill her and not him? Anyway,
What? This is just insane.
I said it like
I mean,
said,
some of the
it's
claims were also the
not-
corpses were raped as well, right? So I mean, she could have been dying or dead already and have been raped as possible too. No.
No, it's certainly not impossible.
Like, dude, by the way, a terrorist organization who likes humiliating women. The idea that they wouldn't rape a woman in front of her husband, like, Bootycom donate $2. It's about time this excusive piece of shit human filth gets talked over. God, I seen his debate with Destiny. He was so retarded. Let me see.
When do you think Hamas are going to release what is left of the hostages? Do you think they're frightened to release them because of the way they've been treated?
No, they've released many hostages already.
They haven't released many hostages.
They have already. There's already been.
No, they haven't. There are at least 100 left.
I understand that, but that does not change the fact that they have already released many hostages in the past.
No, but his point was that they haven't released the women because they're worried that they've been raped and they're continually being raped, like the UN have said the other night.
All right, okay, just
they've actually released many women as well, and that also has caught on
Not the ones being raped, though. They don't want them coming out and saying that they've been raped. They probably may not ever get
Hang on,
out.
can we just, I want to try and get this whole thing sorted out. Can you promise then, if there is a ceasefire tomorrow, that Hamas will stop bombing Israel? Can you promise that will happen if there is a ceasefire? If there's going to be a ceasefire tomorrow?
Release the hostages.
Yeah, on what basis can I make a promise of
Well,
any
I don't
kind?
know. Everybody's asking countries like America and Britain ceasefire now, so I'm asking you.
No, look, when it comes to a ceasefire, it's quite obvious what is the fundamental driving cause of this violence that has existed even before Hamas came into being. The fundamental reality is that as long as Israel controls millions of Palestinians and denies them their freedom, we're going to be stuck in a cycle in which
They have plenty of freedom, and they'd have more freedom if they stopped using violence to try to, do this from the river to the sea bullshit.
violence is going to break out every once in a while until that fundamental driving cause
I
is
see.
resolved.
So it's acceptable
With the ceasefire right now,
Okay, all right.
I think we can get a deal
So-
in which we exchange hostages.
But Hamas
and
don't want a
get-
deal. They said they don't want a ceasefire. They want to do it again and again and again.
Or I'll
So
have to get you to
They
leave.
don't want a ceasefire.
Sorry, he's a bit carried away because
Well,
of
I'm just
his-
saying what's happening. I mean, that's all.
Do you think then it was acceptable for Hamas to do what they did on October the 7th? Are you quite happy with that? What would you say about it?
No, look, I mean, obviously.
Are
had it
you
been
quite
attacked
happy with that?
exclusively-
What would you say about it?
I'm actually trying to answer you if you'd let me speak.
Good.
Had it been an attack exclusively on Israeli soldiers who are besieging Gaza and denying Palestinians freedom there may have been an argument for it being legitimate armed resistance. But because it also included an attack on Israeli civilians, that is completely indefensible and illegitimate, and therefore, I don't think anybody can actually defend that. Nonetheless, the scale of Israeli terrorism against Palestinians dwarfs anything that Hamas has ever done, including the October 7th attack. We've seen success.
Every single time the IDF has attacked Palestinians, it's been in response to violence against them.
Sorry, but you are talking rubbish. You're talking rubbish. A terrorist organization that hides in hospitals, hides in schools, hides behind, and I have much sympathy for Palestinian people. They're being held in the middle while these miserable excuses for human beings actually shoot at troops who are trying to clear out the people who are causing trouble. And Israel would love to go back to being peaceful. But whilst it has people going, we want to see the end of Israel, from the river to the sea, and all of this, you're never going to get there. So why don't people start behaving?
If you think that Israel is interested in going back to being peaceful, then you've not been paying attention for the past several decades.
You could say the same about Hamas, couldn't
Hang
you?
on, just a minute.
They literally tried to exchange land for peace, and that led to the Second Intifada. So what are you talking about? Like, who's really interested in peace here?
You actually speak to me in that way. You are the most condescending people or person I've spoken to for a while. My friend Ash is Jewish. He gets picked on regularly. People actually seem to, well, let's talk
on
the
Twitter,
truth.
maybe.
Are you how is that relevant exactly to anything?
It's
that we're
relevant
talking about?
exactly because you go on and on about how the Jewish people are terrible and they do this terribly. They would do nothing if you got those idiots Hamas actually to
Yeah, like if Israel laid down their weapons, every single Israeli would be fucking murdered. Like every single Jew. If Palestinians, including Hamas, laid down their weapons, there'd be peace.
stop doing it. And people like you who call themselves political commentators, you're just a stirrer, to be honest. Yeah. But if you're a
All right, well, this guy's a fucking clown. I saw a little bit of his debate with Destiny.
So I just don't understand why any of the families.
But
wait, real quick, because I don't understand. Because I've never seen hearsay used to dismiss like witness testimony before. That's just
hearsay?
Like hearsay is everything the families are saying because they don't know.
No, they have the text messages.
No, that's not what you guys are usually quoting for the families. You're usually quoting.
What are you dismissing? What
you're dismissing you're dismissing the impressions of the original video taker. Her impression when she found the lady's body in the position that it was, and the fact that her panties were missing, she's like, "Oh, I think she's been raped." And you say, "Well, her family disagrees." Her family doesn't know anything. They weren't there. None of them witnessed anything. And they're just saying. I think some of them say, "Well, we didn't hear that or whatever." And it's like, well, okay, well, talk to the people that they didn't hear it from then, right?
Right. That's a person who came upon the body. That's not what you. But that's not a witness of the act.
It's not a witness of the act, but it's a person who saw. It's a person who saw like the actual body, right? The person that came with the original video footage, who saw the body.
Like, I mean, police often use that as evidence of rape. Like, if you see a woman with her clothes torn off, no panties, and their legs are spread open, you usually assume something happened.
Recorded it. I don't understand why families.
So is the new standard here that if something is like within the realm of possibility, that you can just put a certain headline at the top of it, and then at the bottom, and then through the article say, well, it's not entirely impossible that what we put in the headline could have happened. So therefore, we're going to put a declarative certain headline, and we're going to launch a global PR campaign based around that to justify a genocide that's ongoing.
Oh, yes, the genocide where only 20,000 civilians died.
Let's take a very short 15 seconds orange break.
All right, we can do that. Oh my god.
Oh, how cute you are.
Oh my god. Oh, wow. That's a good cat. Jesus Christ. Well, thanks for the donation, Thee, then, though. Appreciate it.
And then we're going to focus group it and poll it and make it our leading message, because it's not impossible. Separately, as the UN said, they can't attribute any of this, in particular, to Hamas.
Because that wasn't part of their investigative job, right? So, real quick, when we say...
New York Times job, it's the New York Times job if they say in the headline, I'll read it to you again. Here.
Wait, we've read that. I've read the headline. Okay, right. I understand the headline.
Are you sure? I don't think.
I'm 100% positive. So
how Hamas weaponized sexual violence on October 7th.
Correct.
They are the ones that then have the obligation to support.
Yeah, and the supporting evidence for that appears to be a pattern of sexually related violence that happened during a Hamas assault on Israel. The excuse that, like, well, a bunch of those people were actually civilians. Like, if you look at the original video of the wall getting bulldozed down in places, like, these are people in civilian garb. Does that not count as Hamas? Is it just ordinary people? Like, I feel like, if anything, your end of the story here is supporting genocide more than anything the IDF could say, because you're saying that just ordinary Palestinians decided to run through, I guess, and start raping people because they were on the border.
Look, and I get that. But, I can imagine how... Now, we have civilians...
Yeah, that's a good point. Like, if this guy's gonna try to say, oh, well, Hamas isn't responsible for it, it's literally... everyday normie fucking Palestinian civilians. Like, you'd think that would justify the fucking bombings even more. If, like, these everyday normal fucking civilians are so unhinged, they're going to start fucking raping and murdering, like, innocent women. Jesus.
I live in Washington, D.C. And we have civilians that carjack people, fairly regularly. Sometimes they even kill those people. Would you say that, therefore, Washington, D.C. ought to be flattened into rubble? Like, if I'm talking...
Oh my god, dude. Yeah, I don't think, like, mass rape and murder is the same as occasional carjackings, dude.
Talking to a moral creature of that turpitude, then nothing I say is going to matter. Like, you cannot, like, destroy an entire civilian...
Yeah, ask yourself as pro-Israel.
...population because there are some criminals within that population. Like, that's... Like, collective punishment is a thing that we used to...
Hold on, none of this... Okay, so I'm just looking this up. The metro population of DC...
There we go. There's the other buzzword, collective punishment.
...is over 5 million people.
DC itself, though?
The metro population... Sure, but I'm sure there are people in the surrounding metro that drive it and everything, okay? So, yeah, even around 1 million people. You had 274 homicides in a year in DC. And so you're saying that the population of Gaza is that naturally violent that a hole opens and just streams of murderers and rapists are pouring across...
I think most of the civilians killed on October 7th were killed by Hamas.
Okay, but the were done by randoms if they happened.
Like you have a certain headline. Mm-hmm. You have a headline that expresses certainty.
This is insane.
So I think it's likely there was sexual violence. But what's your evidence that there was?
I mean, so far as the New York Times article comes out, I think it's the 3 stories that they cite.
Okay, then let's talk about the other one.
Sure. So Abdush was a woman who was found on her back with her legs open and her panties off. Seems questionable. I think that they said, I think the original article that, and I think the UN also repeats this claim that I think they found over 20 people in weird or compromising positions with clothes off, I believe, in the UN's report. We can find that exactly.
Yeah, and they said, like, we want to, like, this deserves a real investigation. We would hope that Israel would cooperate with it, and I would hope that they would too.
Sure.
You may indeed.
Who the fuck finds dead bodies of women with their clothes stripped off in awkward sexualized positions with their legs spread open and says, you know, maybe they were raped, but I'm just gonna, like, hold off judgment until there's more evidence? Like, oh my god.
Be able to identify some of those.
Sure, but
let's talk about the other two in the New York Times.
Sure.
Okay, because we don't have all day here, so let's go to Kibitz Beret here.
Yeah.
Right? So New York. I mean,
It's funny how, like, that whole Me Too shit and believe all women kind of goes out the window as soon as Israeli women are fucking raped and murdered.
I don't even. You can describe this one if you want. It's so graphic. But it's basically a paramedic who tells the New York Times he saw two sisters, girls, who he believed, you know, had been the subject of victims of rape before they were killed. Like, this is what he says. As you now know, and I imagine you talked about this on your show, the spokesperson for the kibbutz says that based on all the investigations and the information that they have, that's untrue.
Okay, so
This paramedic has also been responsible for a number of stories that have since been, even Israel has said, okay, those.
Yep.
Like,
so I'm aware of two stories that this guy gave that were, if assuming this is the same paramedic. I don't know if that's 100% established, but assuming it is.
The one in the baby in the trash can, that one.
No, I don't believe that one was ever 100% like shot down or disproven. I'm not aware of that.
Well, it was because there's no baby there that was killed.
I don't know if we know if there was no baby there that was killed.
Yeah, there were 11 under 18.
I looked through the underlying source. You cite that Mondovi site, and they said that only one baby was killed that day, so it couldn't have been it. But when I checked through the list of victims, even on that kibbutz, I think there were 2 infants killed. So that already, I tossed out that whole Mondovi's thing because it seemed like they were missing some part there. For the part relating to, like, you said their spokesperson, this is a person hired that works as a PR firm for the kibbutz. Again, why would their hearsay testimony, like them saying, well, we heard from other people that this didn't happen, why not actually interview or cite the people that they talked to? Wouldn't that be more important than, like, a PR spokesperson who...
So you booty come donating $2. Russian volunteers fighting for Ukraine have claimed to launch a cross-border attack into Russia. Freedom of Russia Legion said it had destroyed a Russian armored vehicle in the Kursk region. Russian governor of Kursk confirmed the attack but denied any Ukrainian breakthrough. Russian Ministry of Defense published footage claiming that a breakthrough was not allowed. The treads are gone. They claimed border service units and the Russian armed forces stopped an attempt to invade. Ministry also claimed to show footage of a U.S. Bradley armored fighting vehicle used in the assault.
You know what, at this point these guys are starting to sound like a Christian nutjob who does not believe in evolution and whenever asks for the missing link and is pre-saturned with mutable missing links keeps asking but where's the missing link to that link?
Well, yeah. It's, what's the technical term called for that argument? Yeah, it's that whole fallacy that there's an incomplete, like, record, and yeah, it's the same thing. They're going to keep demanding for more and more evidence and never be satisfied with anything you put forward just because they have motivated reasoning. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Doesn't that, if Bradley was used in a cross-border attack, doesn't that violate one of the policies the U.S. has with Ukraine to not use any of the weapons to directly attack Russia across the border? I don't know.
It would be nice if a bunch of Jewish vegan activists show up on the day they are planning on doing this.
Let me see.
The conflict in Gaza now entering its 6th month. The Israeli operation to root out Hamas terrorists there has resulted in the deaths of 30,000 Palestinians and 242 Israeli soldiers. The war started after Hamas attacked Israel on October 7th, killing almost 1,200 people and taking nearly 230 hostage, some still in captivity. Despite the deadly outcome across the region, one trigger for the Hamas rampage has been widely overlooked. Chris Livesay has the story from Jerusalem.
The infamous October 7 massacre that sparked a war. But one confounding yet
Don't know what bike that is.
opening motive has escaped the headlines. In a recent speech, a Hamas spokesman blamed the Jews for bringing red cows to the Holy Land. The cows he's talking about at a secure, undisclosed location are these, red heifers, to be precise. Some Jews and Christians believe they're the key to rebuilding the historic Jewish temple in Jerusalem and to beckoning the Messiah. To understand, you have to go back nearly 2,000 years when the ancient Romans destroyed the last temple in the city. To rebuild it, these believers point to the Bible's book of Numbers. It commands the Israelites to sacrifice a red heifer without defect or blemish, and that has never been under a yoke. Only then can the temple rise again.
Oh, Jesus.
Caring for them on an Israeli settlement in the West Bank is Yitzhak Mamo.
So we have here, after a long research, we find in Texas.
In Texas?
Yeah, Texas, United States of America.
Texas?
Yeah, if anybody's gonna sacrifice a red cow, hopefully vegans intervene. Thanks for that donation, L Vegan. Dodo donated $2. Oh, I actually watched this video off stream already. I watched it just before I went live. It's not particularly interesting. It's just going over some of the stuff with chip war between China and Taiwan and crap. I don't think it's really worth watching on stream. Thanks for that donation, though, Dodo.
Might also have like reasons to want to say that people in their population weren't raped before they were murdered.
It'd be great if Israel would make any of those reports or any of that information available. The UN report says that two...
Wait. Why do we have to have Israel make that available? Isn't the spokesperson's name public? I looked them up. You could contact the spokesperson and ask them.
No, we did. We did ask them.
What did they say?
They said it didn't happen.
They said that to you?
Yes.
Why didn't they...
Did you read our article?
I did. But why didn't they give you any of the underlying people that they communicated with? Why did you take that spokesperson's word at face value instead of actually like digging through, like as a journalist, to find out who talked to them?
They have a bunch of different reports that they're basing this.
Did they make any of those reports accessible to you, or did you just take the PR firm's word at face value because it plays it at the story nicely? Because it seems weird that we would just take that PR firm story at face value.
You don't quote people like who have access to information, and she's like somebody who's like, look. I believe no.
Wait, hold on. Wait, you just said you don't quote people who have access to information. I imagine you would, but I imagine that you guys would also say, like, off the record, we're not going to print. Can we see what you were looking at just to verify that it's true? Right? You wouldn't just because you wouldn't just take a PR person's words at face value.
Oh, we did. She's not. They're not going to be any more forthcoming with any of that information. There's a lot of privacy related issues involved.
Well, if there's privacy related issues involved, so they won't make it available to you, then I don't understand how we can know.
All right, you can call her. You think she's wrong?
Dodo donated $2. This kid's smart.
I honestly feel that NATO needs to be disbanded.
Really? Why?
If Ukraine gets admitted into NATO, is that something you want? Because you'd probably be in line for a draft.
Russia said they were going to get to Kyiv in 3 days, and that was 2 years ago. Trump was told repeatedly, over and over, that there's no evidence of election fraud, yet he still called Raffensperger.
Well, you know, why do we even have an interest to be over there?
Well, for a few reasons. First of all, Zelensky is becoming more and more Western aligned, and when you have Vladimir Putin, who we can agree is a murderous dictator, right? When he invades his next door neighbor, who's a sovereign country, and tries to grab that land, not only does that violate international law, but it's just not a precedent that we want to set. If we set that precedent, what if Xi Jinping wants to invade Taiwan and then...
Oh, I know. I mean, all of these scenarios are up in the air. But let me ask you this: Do you know about when the fall of the Soviet Soviet Union happen when we agreed not to expand NATO east towards the Russian?
Yeah, so this is misinformation. I don't know if the guy's going to call him out on it, but there was a kind of handshake agreement that was made about not expanding NATO into, I think, West Germany. That was it.
Borders. First of all, what you're talking about is James Baker and Gorbachev making an agreement that they wouldn't expand 1 inch eastward, but this wasn't a formal agreement. This was just a passing conversation about military expansion.
And it was about, like, West Germany, I think, specifically, too.
And if you want to talk about breaking deals, Vladimir Putin broke the Budapest Memorandum, which said that if Ukraine gives up their nukes, then Russia will never invade them. Can you see where I'm coming from when I say that if Xi Jinping is looking to invade Taiwan, and he sees that America doesn't care, America will just let people invade their next door neighbor. It's almost like an exact same situation. Can you see how they'd be like, okay, we can just invade Taiwan with no repercussions?
Well, I believe that China will invade Taiwan, and I believe it's because of Joe Biden's weakness and his weak policies.
We're setting the precedent right now by sending equipment.
Joe Biden is literally committed to going to war with China if they invade Taiwan, and then you have Trump saying, Xi Jinping, he's a very smart man, very intelligent. I have a lot of respect for him. I'd do nothing.
That alleged red cow sacrifice for peace reminds me of the ginger cow from South Park. Lol, it makes sense now what the writers of South Park were parodying off of lol.
Now that makes sense. I forgot about that one. That was a little confusing to me. Thanks for the donation though, Ben.
To Ukraine, that we use hard power to protect sovereign nations, and we do the same to Taiwan. And now China is going to look to us and be like, okay, if the U.S. is going to do what they're doing to Russia, we're not going to invade Taiwan.
So if Donald J. Trump was in the White House, none of this stuff would be going on right now.
You think so?
He's literally flat out stated he's in favor of Russia invading any country they want.
No, so because it didn't happen when he was in office before. Because, you know, peace through strength. There's something to be said about that. You know,
Absolutely.
you have to have strong leadership.
So I'm going to flip what you said back at you.
Yeah.
Isn't peace through strength exactly what we're doing with Ukraine? We're exerting hard power, sending them this equipment.
So this guy's worldview is entirely incoherent. He thinks Joe Biden is being weak, but he also wants to disband NATO, but then he also wants to achieve peace through strength. Everything this guy is regurgitating has the fingerprints of Vladimir Putin and other Russian propagandists all over it.
We're getting really, really close.
All right, well, I see where this whole conversation's going. Typical weird MAGA Trump fucking Russian ass-kissing bullshit.
Wrong? You think she read the reports wrong? You think she's a liar? Fine.
To be clear, my claim is less extreme than your claim. Your claim is that there's a top-down campaign that's being facilitated by Israel, by Frank Lutz, by these other people to do a PR messaging campaign.
That's happening. That's happening.
Okay.
That's happening.
Do we have any evidence of like
happening.
do we have any hard evidence or even soft evidence of like Israel giving orders to people? That Zaka volunteer who made shit up, is he like in contact with the IDF and they told him to make stuff up? Or
well, you don't need that.
No, we just need a hunch, or
no, you like perhaps. Well, we do know that Elon Levy offered to connect media with and did facilitate connections between this paramedic and the media. But so that we know. We also know that this paramedic originally said that that this assault happened in Nahal Oz, kibbutz Nahal Oz. We also know that Elon Levy, the Israel government spokesperson, clipped that interview that the paramedic did with a right-wing Indian news outlet, clipped out Nahal Oz because there aren't no people in Nahal Oz that fit what he was saying. He clipped it, took that out, and said it happened in kibbutz Beret, which did have two girls roughly the ages that he was talking about, not quite, but roughly, that could fit. So
aren't these two?
Well,
aren't these two? First,
secondly,
but also the Indian journalist thing would have been involved too, right? I guess if they're giving this and they're not making a response to their
the Indian journalist, they just asked the guy a question, and the guy answered the question. But when Levy clipped and posted that clip on Twitter, he cut out the Nahal Oz part. presumably because he understood that undermined the credibility, because it was impossible for it to have happened in Nahal Oz. But the UN report says that there were 2 high-profile incidents at Kibbutz Beret that the media covered heavily that they found to be unfounded. One of them was the one that everybody acknowledges now just didn't happen. This is this grotesque fabrication of a pregnant woman being killed, her fetus being ripped out and beheaded, and then the woman being beheaded. Like they're like that did not happen. Like we can be certain.
Yeah, Zaka themselves has come out and said that. Yeah,
exactly. The other one they said was related to a story of a young girl who was found away from her family, and a volunteer thought that because of that, that was evidence that she had been sexually assaulted. In fact, what they since learned in their investigation was that a bomb squad member had moved the body before the paramedic got there. So it was an honest mistake from the paramedic that the girl had been actually with her family. Now, the New York Times says that that's not a reference to the case that they wrote about, the case that the kibbutz now says, is inaccurate. They did not explain how that's possible because nothing else really fits in that kibbutz.
What do you mean when we say nothing else really fits? What do we mean by that? What doesn't fit?
If you look, there's like 11 children under 18 were killed there, and none of the others like fit that scenario with their family and then moved away from their family.
Is it so? Two things. So one is that I try to look up because I'm looking at a lot of the underlying stuff. I think you guys use oct7factcheck.org or whatever, and then another one called Mondo Beast or whatever. When I look at they're trying to disprove things. So one is I'll click through to the site that they've got that registers all the dead people, and then for the kibbutzes that I checked, it seemed like there were a few names that could have fit. Number one, and then number two, the headline at the top says that these are only the names they've been allowed to publish so far.
The one that well, if you cross check everything.
We did.
Sites. Right. You find all 11?
I don't remember we found all 11. I wasn't checking with the 11 thing. I was looking for ages and young girls that could have fit.
Right.
And it seemed like there were plausible people.
The only other one that fits the age was killed on the way. Well, there were 2 that could have fit. One was killed in a strike on her home, and the other was killed on the way to Gaza. So they could not have been found in this. It deserves more investigation, and UN should be more forthcoming about more details around this. But as far as our efforts to cross-reference this, we can't find any others that would fit it.
Sure. Would you admit or consider it, or say that in all of your articles and writing about this, you almost exclusively rely on other people that were never originally part of the mission or were never on the ground or never anything to discredit what other people claim happened at the site, right?
Sorry, say that again. Sorry.
So if somebody were to say, I found this or that, and somebody was to try to contradict that claim, I imagine they would be contacting other people that were in the area, other people with direct access to the information, rather than just family members who texted this or somebody who said this probably couldn't have happened.
Right, but what if nobody else saw it?
Weren't there tons of people that were involved in sweeping through these places and going through?
Kind of interesting then that nobody else saw it, isn't it?
So you think all of these then were fabricated, or were they
all of what?
Any of the sexual assault events, or
according to the kibbutz, this one is just inaccurate.
Well, according to a PR spokesperson hired by the kibbutz who didn't make you aware of how they got that information, they said that it didn't happen. But isn't there also a vested interest? Well, isn't there a vested interest in people?
You're doing exactly what you're accusing your critics of.
Oh my god, this just like when Dr. Ken Howard tried to disprove evolution by using Built Dawn Manor proven hoax from years ago as outdated evidence.
Kevin Hovind, Piltdown Man? I don't know what that is. I'm not familiar with that one. But thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Except I'm giving you much more concrete stuff.
Well, you haven't given me...
You're just finding ways to just say, well, maybe this is still plausible. But again, you can't run a certain headline and then launch a PR campaign around it based on the argument that maybe it's not impossible that this happened. That's not what the New York Times said. That's not what Israel says.
Sure.
They say this happened.
I think, I understand.
This justifies our annihilation of this barbaric population.
First of all, I don't know if it would justify or not justify anything. And when you say that,
it's being used. Like Frank Luntz is not using it towards a ceasefire.
That's fine, but
he's using it to oppose a ceasefire.
Is your job to make sure you're doing PR for one side or the other, or is your job to collecting an accurate assessment of the facts on the ground?
I'm just analyzing this objectively for you. That Israel is using this in order to oppose efforts to implement a ceasefire and to justify the starvation of the entire population.
Here we go.
That they will be cleared out.
Do you think that there's a propaganda campaign on the other side as well?
It's not very sophisticated.
Really? For weeks when everybody was convinced that Israel bombed that hospital and killed 500 people?
Have you seen the latest from Forensic Architecture on that one, by the way?
Yeah, I went through the picture clipping a little bit, yeah, but...
Yeah, so the forensic architecture, which is by no means, Palestinian like leaning, it found that the most likely way that happened was not a deliberate strike by Israel. It was an Iron Dome interceptor that hit a Islamic Jihad rocket and then deflected and landed in the hospital. They also argue on top of that it could not have been an Islamic Jihad rocket because all of that they found all of them in the area and all of them had no fuel left, and you need fuel in order to create an explosion that kills hundreds.
They wouldn't be fuel because it would have exploded, right?
No. It's the fuel fuels the explosion. By the time they hit the ground, that fuel is gone. But the interceptors still have fuel. So that's according to forensic architecture.
Wait, hold on. I'm trying to explain this real quick. 'Cause the interceptors are supposed to explode when they're near the missile, so I don't know how they would still have fuel, unless you're saying
it deflected and landed.
I don't understand what deflected means.
So it hit. It's trying to hit it and blow up, take it right out of the air.
Not necessarily.
Right?
I don't think it has to. I don't think the goal is to hit it. The goal is to explode next to it. I don't think it has to strike it or hit it. Wait, are you under the impression that it has to hit the thing head on in order to explode?
If it blows up close enough to it, they can take it out.
Okay.
But sometimes they don't work perfectly. And this one, according to forensic architecture, deflected at the hospital. And if that's the evidence of a sophisticated kind of Hamas PR campaign, they lost that one.
How did they lose that one? I'm pretty sure the majority of people you included still thinks
They did not. The amount of people who still thinks it was Israel. Oh my God.
Israel hit that hospital.
No, not like constantly. You hear from people like yourself that is evidence that everything they say is a lie. And you can't believe a word they say. The president of the United States
never made that claim, but
the president of the United States out of the gate said you can't trust Palestinians. I mean, correct? You can't trust Hamas numbers.
I think that their trustworthiness is a lot lower than Israel's, of course, right?
You think there's anybody's trustworthy? Like the Israeli government?
Oh, here we go. Yeah, I love this one.
You believe
a democratically elected regime that hosts within its own borders organizations like B'Tselem or left-leaning journalists like Haaretz is more trustworthy than an Islamic fundamentalist government that has an iron claw over their people and kills people they think are collabing with the enemy. Yeah, of course, I
wouldn't believe anything that either of them say.
So wait, so you think they both have equal amounts of credibility?
Equal amounts of lack of credibility. Yes. Yeah, zero. Like, bro, they're both at zero. Like, how many lies does a government have to tell you before you're like, you know what, I'm not believing
Israel does not lie.
anything without checking.
Like they've put out misinformation before. That was an honest mistake, but they always correct and take responsibility for things.
Yeah.
I mean,
like the fucking journalist that was killed by snipers.
Stuff is
you
good,
know what Israel? Go to Elon Levy's account right now. Right now, he's telling the world that Israel is actually not doing anything to restrict aid from getting into Gaza. He has contempt for you, and you are still out there saying that you might believe something they say.
What is it? What part of that has contempt? Wait, what?
That he thinks that he can tell you not to believe your own lying eyes. He thinks he can go to you and say, Israel has nothing to do with the restrictions on aid getting into Gaza. It's all Hamas stealing it, and the UN is disorganized, and we have nothing to do with this. As their ministers have said for months, it is their strategy to restrict aid. They will say over here one thing, their spokesperson will say the complete opposite. That is contempt for you. That is believing that you are either so stupid or so gullible that they can, or so blindly supportive of their project that they don't even have to be sophisticated.
Isn't one of the huge issues right now that that a lot of the aid trucks just don't feel safe going into the Gaza Strip, whether it's because of Israel's military operations, whether it's because of Hamas people hijacking the aid, whether it's because of people's trucks getting swarmed or whatever. I try to find evidence of this claim that Israel was blocking aid from going in, but I feel like if that was what was happening, I feel like there would be a billion stories about how like aid trucks weren't going in. I see stories about how
there are a billion stories
that Israel is blocking the aid going in.
You are a mark. Like, how are you believing this stuff from them?
Because I just try to find, because I don't have a pre-existing narrative relating to the United States and Israel and blah blah blah. I just try to find the stories.
So one of their policies is that they have to unload and load these trucks 3 different times. And if they find like a tent pole in the truck that is for a tent, because there are 2 million displaced people, they will take the entire truck and send it back.
Do you think that it might make sense? Do you think it might make sense?
They do this all extremely slowly, so that there is a trickle of aid getting in. The result is.
Oh my God. They do that for security reasons, dumbass.
Children starving to death in front of their parents starving to death. And
well, like, bro, you can already see how fucking, how motivated this guy's reasoning is with the, think of the children bullshit. Fuck me.
Contempt for you. That is believing.
I try to find.
They will take the entire truck and send it back.
Do you think that it might make
They do
sense?
this all-
Wait, do you
they
think
this all
it might
extremely-
make sense?
They do this all extremely slowly, so that there is a trickle of aid getting in. The result is children starving to death in front of their parents, parents starving to death in front of their
Why
children.
not have Hamas? If that's true, why not have Hamas? If that's true,
he can just
why not
throw
just
up
have
dust in your
Hamas?
face.
Why not?
Dodo Tillers have been taking new meds. Haven't been taking new meds, but I've changed my medication. My psychiatrist told me to stop taking the Wellbutrin, and I've only been taking the sertraline and the lorazepam. You've been less depressed than normal, a lot less it seems. Also, I think it's good for you that you don't live in such a tiny cluttered apartment anymore. That has to help with mood. I definitely feel better that I live in a bigger place, and it's a nicer place just in general, so that's helped. I think another part of it is the weather's been getting better, and that's lifted my mood a bit more. So there's probably a few factors. But yeah, I haven't been anywhere near as depressed as before. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
I just have Hamas release the hostages.
But fine, Hamas released the hostages. Then what?
Then the conflict ends.
Why would it? You should look into what happened in 1982. Are you
For
familiar
Lebanon?
with what happened in 1982 in Lebanon?
What about it?
So Israel enacted a strategy to create so much civilian pain and death that the Lebanese population would turn against the Palestinian Authority and pressure them to leave.
Why was a Palestinian Authority in Lebanon in '82?
Because Israel raided them in the West Bank.
Really?
Yeah.
It's not because in 1970 they tried to coup the Jordanian king and they got completely tossed out of the country and they started losing support across the entire Arab world, and Lebanon and the South was one of the only places that would host them afterwards.
Oh yes, rewrite history.
We're talking about what happened in 1982.
I understand, but the fact that you think that they got expelled from Jordan because Israel was attacking them is completely not true. It's not remotely true.
The PLO and the Arab nations have been at loggerheads the entire time.
Because the PLO tries to kill or coup all the Arab nations that host them. Why do you think
Okay,
Egypt, for instance, why do you think that Egypt has the blockade right now on the Gaza Strip? We're only bringing this up because you want to talk about 82 and the Lebanon War.
Yes, because Egypt is a dictatorship, and the Muslim Brotherhood, which is their existential fear, is ideologically aligned with like Hamas. With some elements of Hamas and others.
Yeah, no
shit. And also because there was a ton of smuggling of weapons and people in and out of the Gaza Strip through the Egyptian border, through tunnels and everything too.
Anyway, just very quickly for people who don't know what happened. In 1982, the PLO...
Oh my god, this guy's a literal fucking whack job. Holy shit.
PLO agreed, okay, if you will end the slaughter, then we will leave. And the UN force came in to oversee their departure out of the port of Beirut. There was an agreement that that if PLO surrenders, this ends tomorrow, like the exact same language that you hear today. And then the UN force leaves as the PLO.
Jasmine's upstairs in her room. I think she's already gone to bed.
Goes over to Tunisia, and fill it in. What happens after the PLO leaves to the Lebanese?
Dodo Tillers, RFK Jr. said he picked his vice presidential running mate today. Take a look at his short list. It's dumb. He said he will announce who it is within the next 2 weeks. I'm excited to know what idiot Trump picks too.
RFK Jr.'s list of potential running mates includes Aaron Rodgers, a famed vaccine denier and Sandy Hook truther, who now sits on the sidelines and has paid millions of dollars for the New York Jets, and former Minnesota governor and professional wrestler and actor Jesse Ventura. Thoughts?
Well, he's going.
What the fuck? I don't know how RFK Jr. expects to be taken seriously.
For the celebrity appeal. I mean, he's taking a book out of Donald Trump's playbook where he thinks that if he wants to get this popularity, you know, if you don't know the Kennedy name, that these folks are people who can really bring folks in. Now, I will say, I think if you're a Jesse Ventura or a Aaron Rodgers, you're probably not a Joe Biden person. And so I do think it cuts against Donald Trump more so. But I can confidently say having either one as vice president of the United States would be terrible.
I would need to talk to my friends in PAC.
Yeah, Jesus. Dodo Tellers. Trump will probably announce a VP pick after RFK Jr. does. Low-key hoping it's Marjorie Taylor Greene, so even less people vote for him. Yeah, same. Also, why is RFK Jr. running when he is only going to be on the ballot in 8 states? It'd be impossible for him to win, so why? Nothing he does makes sense, so... the answer is probably he's stupid. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Packers Nation to see to what extent Aaron Rodgers would scramble things in the great swing state of Wisconsin.
Interesting, but don't they think he's a turncoat?
That's what I wonder. That's what I wonder.
Interesting, right. And New York is not exactly a swing state. That's not really.
Yeah, those are monstrously stupid picks.
Population at the hands of the IDF and its proxies there. What happened?
The phalanges are the proxies of the IDF? Why were the phalanges so incensed?
It's just relentless denialism here.
It's not relentless denialism. You just have a one-sided view of the history. Why were the phalanges so upset at the Palestinians? Who got assassinated by who? What happened?
So it's justified? Like
I didn't say it was justified, but you're making it sound like.
Then what's the point?
Because the point is to not.
Everybody has grievances. Do you think that there is a group of people in the world that doesn't have grievances against another people?
No, but you're making it sound like Israel can have no grievances. You're making it sound like Israel is just walking around murdering and killing people for no reason.
They can have grievances. They can't just slaughter thousands of civilians.
I agree, and they shouldn't. But if you're saying that,
but they did.
Well, they didn't. Technically, they didn't. That's not true. That's a historical. We know that's true. It wasn't them that did it. They had the ability to intervene. They could have, but they didn't.
And Ariel Sharon was keen to see it happen. None of this is in question.
I don't necessarily disagree.
Although apparently there is a world in which this is in question.
I didn't question any of that. Let's say that I'm not even going to take everything you said true. Yeah. Why wouldn't Israel have just completely annihilated Hamas in 2008 or in 2014, or cast light or protective edge, or after the Great March of Return in 2018? If Israel is just a bloodthirsty, murderous country that wants to kill Hamas,
well, I mean, they're trying to do it now. Let's see if they pull it off.
Well, but do you think maybe they're trying to do it now because it's in response to an unprecedentedly massive terrorist attack, the largest in Israeli history,
carried out by an organization that they funded and propped up?
Oh yeah, here we go. Well, they funded and propped them up. They did that when they were a fucking charity, asshole.
They funded?
Yes. Who do you think funded Hamas?
Qatar.
With Israel's support.
They allowed the money to go in. Were they supposed to just starve the entire? Because if not, the entire Gaza Strip falls into.
Why? Why did Netanyahu say that he was propping up Hamas?
His explanation. Well, do you want me to tell you what he said?
This is like if someone in dat feed the jackalope as real based on the stuffed jackrabbit with antlers pasted on it, and when told it's fake asks but where's the advance, it's dose not exit.
Yeah, basically. I think I actually knew somebody who believed in a jackalope with antlers. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Or do you want me to give you the one quote that got pulled out of that article, I think, by Blumenthal to say what he said? Because the answer that you're going to give is he wanted to fund them to divide the PA or whatever, to maintain Israel's strength over the divided Palestinians.
You think he only said that once?
The fuller quote that he gave in that speech was he didn't want to see, which, by the way, there's debate on both sides of this valid. I'm not going to sit here and defend him, but his actual explanation was he didn't want to deprive the Gaza Strip of so much money that the entire region fell into disarray, forcing the IDF to go and clean it up and then hand that territory back to Abbas on a silver platter that he'd already lost control of once. That was his full explanation.
Right, so dividing the Palestinian.
I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but you understand they're already divided, right? Like unity governments that Hamas has formed with the PA in the past have led to Hamas planning to coup the government in the West Bank itself. Like they're already divided, and Netanyahu doesn't have to do anything to separate out Hamas from Abbas and the PA.
And yet he did, for the purpose. And what was his purpose? What was his purpose?
I'm sorry, but I don't live in quotes. I don't live in one-line quotations. This is not how I analyze anything going on in this region.
Okay, Netanyahu has said over and over for decades that he is the only figure who has been able to prevent the formation of a Palestinian state.
And yet in 2011, he publicly acknowledged a two-state solution. He put a hold on settlements for 8 months. I don't live in quotes. This was part of a negotiation that was being worked on between him and Abbas for a while in 2011.
This you.
Let me see. Yeah, that is basically like me. Thanks for the donation, Mr. Codename Mike.
And then lo and behold, I think 13 different Palestinian armed militant groups came together to try to do some attacks to stall those talks, and then Abbas ended up stalling, but I'm pretty sure Netanyahu froze settlement expansion for I think it was about 9 or 10 months. He acknowledged that maybe two-state solution is possible. That was in 2011, and then on from there, nothing happens. But the idea that that Netanyahu needs to divide Hamas and the PA is just doesn't make any sense. Again, they're already divided. Like the Hamas literally threw Fatah out of the Gaza Strip after they won their elections. Like they don't need to do anything.
Dodo Nutellers, it's going to be Jesse Ventura because he used to go on Russia Today a lot. There'd be more proof if RT weren't banned on YouTube. RFK Jr. cannot get enough electoral votes to become president because he is not on the ballot in enough states.
It was 14.
I would also imagine in RFK Jr.'s mind Jesse Ventura would be a better option because he's just more famous?
Enough, I worked out of my home when I did RT. And so, and I want to say RT was a savior because I've been pretty much blackballed and banned from mainstream media. And that happened in my court case, the Kyle thing, because 33 media conglomerates came into that trial and in the appeal end when it hit the appeals court and interjected them.
That case was insane.
Himself into something that was none of their business. And basically from that point on, I've been blackballed out of the mainstream media of America. You know this.
Would you want to be on them? Would you want to go talk to them?
Certainly, because they still have the great majority of people listening to them. And yes, I'd like to go on to bring them back honesty. You know, there's still that fight to be fought out there with mainstream media. You know, I don't want to see them disappear, you know, and turn into what they're turning into. They're strictly now basically an entertainment center. You know, that's what they're there for, is entertainment and ratings points. Yeah, but I think they can still be captured. I think they can still
altogether. Could you talk about just how devastating this type of propaganda works on Americans? Because
all right, well, thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Hamas is brutal, and I think any leftists who kind of defend Hamas need to remember that you're kind of just a useful idiot then for Netanyahu. If Netanyahu is supportive of this organization and being in power so that it divides,
they're not. He's not.
Of actual demands.
Yeah, he's supportive of the organization. That's why he's killing them all.
Toward a state. Then why side with Netanyahu on that question? That's what I would argue.
Then, so is Israel's mission then to remove Hamas from the Gaza Strip wrong?
This is like if someone believed that unicorns were real based on that one time in the 1950s when Barnum and Balikak glued a horn onto a horse and when told it was a fake denied it until more evidence came forward.
Yes, it is just like that time. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Well, I mean, they're I don't think that's actually their mission. I think it's their mission is to make the Gaza Strip uninhabitable and end the question once and for all.
Wait, so do we think would removing Hamas be a worthy mission? Would they have justification for that?
I don't think it's always impossible for like external actors to effectively do that sort of thing. But I think that they should allow a Palestinian unity government where Hamas is not running it is better for Palestinian liberation. Yes.
So then removing Hamas is a worthy goal.
But they're not trying to do that.
Well, but would it be?
What the fuck? How are they not trying to remove Hamas?
I'm trying to get to the first one. Would it be a worthy goal to remove Hamas from government at the Gaza Strip?
Of the worthy goal but that doesn't make any sense because that implies that Israel would ever like try to do that like directly and discreetly. That's not what they're trying to.
Like, what world is this guy living in?
They're trying to clear out everybody out. But yes, if they sat down with Qatar,
oh my god,
and Hamas that in these negotiations and said we would like Hamas out of power and we would like a unity government.
How could they possibly do that?
That's basically the solution that Qatar has been putting forward, and Hamas, has effectively agreed in that direction. Now Hamas is going to be, or Hamas figures are going to be part of this unity government. That's just like part of it. Like that's how wars end.
I'm sorry, to look up real quick. You're saying Qatar is trying to facilitate a deal where Hamas is no longer the governing body in Gaza, and then
I gotta run, but yes, go. That has been widely reported.
Okay. It's just a final question then.
But that's not what Israel wants though. Israel wants it cleared out.
Sure. Just a final question then. So, do you think that in light of the UN stuff, do you think that there was like widespread or multiple events across October 7th of like sexual assault it happening?
I think that their phrase that it's reasonable to conclude that I think is I think it's reasonable to assume that it happened. But
by the way, there's video footage of it. There's photographic evidence.
Continue investigating it.
Okay. All right.
We shouldn't just live.
Like there's also I don't know how much firsthand testimony
in the land of speculation.
Sure. Okay. Well, hey, listen. Even though it was combative, I do appreciate the conversation. Thanks a lot. And
you got it.
Yeah. Good luck on yourself. Bye.
All right. Talk to you later.
Jesus Christ. That wasn't even my last question. Oh my god. Okay.
Oh fuck.
What the tone of the conversation compared to with I almost said Hamas with Hassan and Jeremy, was it yesterday? I think that, oh my god, bro, fuck me.
Like, you're literally seeing people in plain clothes carrying around AK-47s.
Look at all these civilians.
Yeah.
Look at all the civilians.
Like, there's a guy in plain clothes with a fucking, like, AK here.
This guy shops at Target. Holy shit. Wait. The woke progressives? Anybody see this woke progressive? Wearing a mask outside? 2023. I almost said 2024. How did that guy know that they were civilians, not special forces? Well, he's special forces. Okay, but like what? He just knows. He knows all of them. Part of the IDF special forces training is seeing every single picture of Hamas and remembering all of them. My god. To be clear, to just finalize this, for my opinion on this is, it does seem pretty convincing that there was a pattern of sexual violence. Was it intentional from the start for Hamas to utilize this? I don't know. It's hard to say. I just don't like...
Oh, by the way, Hamas members that are being captured have admitted to this, by the way, too. That they had planned to do this to, like, dirty and shame the Israeli women.
Like how they're saying they've completely debunked something with, like, hearsay from third parties that were nowhere near any of the situation. And they wouldn't actually interview the people that they got the hearsay from. That's what I don't understand. And then also... I don't remember what I was going to say now. Oh, I do remember. The religious shit is hella lame. That the Zaka people, no offense to my Jewish brothers and sisters out there.
Again, this is like showing a Xeon set mutable missing links and then they ask, but where's the missing link to that link?
Yeah, there's never going to be enough evidence for them because they have motivated reasoning. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
There, okay. Or just retarded, but... That burying the bodies ASAP shit and all of that was just on stupid. Would it be reasonable that Hamas didn't sexually assault, but it was the people that went in after Hamas attacked? If that is true, you are providing a far more monstrous view of the Palestinian people than Israel could have ever hoped to.
Yeah.
I just want to check real quick if that guy did say he knew they were...
Dude, I don't know why you'd even use that argument, because you're just justifying the war even more. If normal fucking Palestinian civilians are so crazy and violent and unhinged that they just follow these terrorists and then fucking rape a bunch of women and murder them, yeah, bomb those fucking people. Like, why would you care? Dodo donated $2. When are we sending Special Agent Blaha to kill Putin? I don't know, man. It seems like he's out of retirement. Or, sorry, he retired. That would be a good movie. Imagine if Blaha being sent to Russia after lying to CIA about his resume and everyone shocks when he actually manages to kill Putin, like a satire action kind of movie. I should do a skit about that. Agent Blaha going after Putin. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Civilians.
More time that passes since the October 7th attacks. I know none of this is the more.
What? Does this guy look like Middle Eastern Shia LaBeouf to anybody else? Am I crazy? Give it to me. This guy. Come on. Come on.
Yeah, he does. Does actually look like Shia LaBeouf.
A little bit. The focal length on the camera is off a bit here.
And one of those witnesses is 24-year-old Cohen, who attended the Nova.
Elias $20, and you thought that YouTube allowing Pol Pot propaganda was bad.
In die Kraft und die Heimat.
As a German living in the US, I love my people and our history. We will rise from our persecution. Wake up, Germans. Then, Germany, based, now gay. Holy fuck. Wow, that looks gay as fuck, dude. Yikes. Thanks for the donation, Elias.
A festival with his friends, and he survived.
Dodo donated $2. Oh my god, yes, please do that skit. What if Seagal is a double agent? He is definitely not.
Steven Seagal, a US-born martial artist and Putin supporter, has opened an Aikido dojo in Moscow to prepare young Russians for armed forces. Seagal was granted Russian
Oh yes, please do, so that if they ever get into a fight, they'll lose.
citizenship by Putin in 2016 and has been chief instructor of Aikido in the Russian Federation since 2018. Steven Seagal, a US-born martial artist and Putin supporter, has opened an Aikido dojo in Moscow to prepare young Russians for armed forces. Seagal was granted Russian citizenship by Putin.
Seagal's a piece of shit.
Vladimir Putin.
That is embarrassing. Jesus. Fuck, dude. That is a really, really pretty dog, I gotta admit. That is cringy as fuck. Thanks for that donation, Dodo.
Roz, I know none of this is easy to talk about, but it's important that the world hear from witnesses. While you were hiding out that day, hiding from Hamas, you saw 5 men, 5 of these terrorists, pulling a young woman out of a van. Tell us what you saw next.
I hide in the bush, and 30 meters from the bush.
I feel like you should push him to make a really solid claim about the conspiracy he obviously believes. It's too easy for someone to turtle up and just be infinitely skeptical. Yeah, I tried to do that in the beginning. I actually thought about that before the conversation. I feel like I have like a very... what's happening is I'm treating these people with kid gloves. This is the reason why I said I don't like everybody in my subreddit is like, oh, he's not gonna go mainstream. He's not gonna go mainstream. And then I'd always say like, I don't really like the mainstream stuff as much. The reason why is because when I'm having debates with like Tonka Saw or Andy Warski or Brittany Venti or even like Lauren Southern or even like Max and right? Like by the end of this combo, we can really get into like what we're talking about. Like, oh, you're do you believe this or do you believe that? Right? It seems screaming, it seems crazy. And people will say like, oh, this is just debate pedophilia, debate pervertry. But in a way, I feel like it's more honest. And I feel like it's a little bit more telling than some of the mainstream stuff where like when I'm chatting with these people, I have to be so careful because he was already getting like pretty triggered. Like as soon as in the beginning where he's like, as a journalist, and I'm trying really hard, like, are you trying to little bro me, dude? Like, what do you mean as a journalist? Like, as a journalist, let me tell you about 82 in Lebanon, okay? Let me tell you about like, what do you know about about on 82 besides Twitter headline? What do you mean? Let me tell you about he had no idea why the phalanges were so bad about the PLO and everything. He had no idea about the assassination of the Christian president and all this shit. He didn't know any of this shit. But he's trying to cite Twitter headlines at me. Don't quote the old text at me, okay? I was there when the wiki was written, all right? But anyway, I can already tell that he's like on the verge of breaking as I'm asking questions. And if this is like an old school like blood sports debate, right? If it was an old school blood sports debate, then we could have that conversation where I could just scream at him. Like, tell me what you think happened. Do you think the Jews are trying to, concoct propaganda, invent mass rapes, like blah, blah, blah. Like, but if I break somebody too much like that, then, it's over. Was he supposed to leave then, or do you think he straight up lied? No, I think he's a pretty busy guy. I doubt he just straight up lied. Oh, and he's going on the Majority Report. Hello, YouTube, why do you do this?
Those protests.
Oh, wait, we didn't even finish my time, sorry.
In the bush, and 30 meters from the bush, I saw a white van that arrived near the bush, and from the van, five civilians from Gaza, normal civilians, not soldiers from Nukhba's soldiers. It was regular people from Gaza with normal clothes, and they started to pull their clothes off.
Okay, he does say normal civilians here, but the only thing he cites is the fact that they're in civilian clothes. I wonder if there's any other indication that they were ordinary civilians.
It was like a half a circle, and the girl was in the middle of the circle, and after they pulled the clothes off the girl, they started to one of them started to rape her, and it was something like a 40 seconds, and
the only rapists are in the IDF. Jake, your role in pushing disinfo is going to follow you forever, especially if the war crime charges stick. Damn. Israeli soldiers accused of raping 11-year-old. At least 17 soldiers and 5 civilians are under investigation for the rape of an 11-year-old girl at an Israeli airbase. Damn. Is the argument that the sexual assault was not top-down systematic? Do you believe evidence supports that it was? I think that it's an open question right now. I mean, if there are multiple rapes happening in multiple spots with like gang rapes and shit, seems like that would be the case.
Oh, why is the liberal mainstream media defending Hamas?
Liberal media is just rife with anti-Semitism, dude. It's crazy. I never would have thought before this. Thanks for the donation there, Dodo.
The truly unfortunate and tragic answer is we'll probably never know because of the autistic policies of retarded religious people obsessing over corpses more than necrophiliacs do. And you guys feeling you've got to bury some charred body like the person cares anymore. Actual AIDS autism. We need to respect the bodies. How stupid. And then as a result of the of the mystical woo-woo bullshit obsession with respect and burying your dead, now you've deprived anybody of actual justice by doing forensic investigations of the bodies because you're so obsessed with getting them underneath the dirt so quickly. Ugh, dumb. I don't know if you cover this, but at least one killed after airdrop falls on them in Gaza. No shot.
Dodo Natillers, Russians and Israelis have the best folk music. Have to agree. Someone need to get AI VG to sing this. Quite nice. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. I think I'll bother watching that one. I think I'll bother with that. We'll save the Paul Saladino one for another video. I keep not watching it, but we'll watch it for another. Let's see, Booty Cam $20, Hebrew rap. Not nearly as good as this. This one's better, actually.
I'm back again on this shit for you. 2010, baby. It's coming straight through you. You feel this, baby. It's coming straight through you. What? Coming back into my life now. Once the beat is made, I might say, what? What makes you think, girl, that I want you back? Want you back? What makes you think, girl, that I'd have you back? Have you back? All the shit and I did it to me. Seriously, my girl, like what the fuck was that? And all the dudes that you do to me, I'm telling you by now, my dear, you're wasting your time, I'm wasting mine too. And I know you trying to work your way around this thing, trying to get me back and have me there right next to you. But what you want from me? What you want from me? Something's holding on, and I don't know what it is right now, but I know she wants me back. Cause every time she tries to walk away, something's holding on, and I don't know what it is right now, but I know she wants me back. I know she wants me back. Cause every time she tries to walk away, something's holding on, and I don't know what it is right now, but I know she wants me back. I know she wants me back. And every time I try to move on too, I keep on stumbling back on you. Why am I feeling so left out alone, like sitting by myself, like what was that? What the fuck? You got all these places in town, just left me home again, on my own again. It's making me hate you so, like you got a new date to blow. I hate you so, what you want from me? You made your choice, you walked out, girl, just left me there. I'm so close to you, you're so close to me, we're just so close to see. How could you just walk away like that from me? Like 2 months is gone, it's such a long time. Now you're back again, Don't fuck with me, don't play with me. I'm sitting on the edge, best you go like a candle, bitch. How you gonna handle this when I'm gone for good? Fuck the world, take a look around you, man. I don't need this shit, I'm leaving soon. And what you gonna do now, girl, so you can try and get me back into your world? Back into your world. I got so many more questions for you, girl, but I already got the answers to them too. Don't need to be asking them to you, cause some things never die. It doesn't matter which way you go, my dear, you feel my love is all around. Love is all around. Something's holding on, and I don't know what it is right now, but I know she wants me back. Cause every time she tries to walk away, something's holding on, and I don't know what it is right now, but I know she wants me back. I know she wants me back. Shining from the moon. That's just dead, the sunny skies crying out my eyes. I probably lost a lot along the way, yeah. You probably heard me screaming, but I made it back into my bed and home. The sun's last ray was still beaming. No weather turned impossible. You people kept telling me I was dreaming, but I'm still standing on my 2 feet today, and I can see the sky clearer.
I suffer from chronic laziness to the point where it makes me think I have depression, although I am not sure. Did your antidepressants make you a more productive person?
One side effect of depression is lack of motivation. And yes, I have more motivation when I'm not depressed. So, You might want to consider going to see a doctor and seeing if you have mild depression. That might, like, everybody's symptoms of depression are different. You may not necessarily feel super depressed, but the main side effect of your depression might be lack of motivation. So you might want to just consider going to see a doctor, having them interview you, see if you qualify for some sort of like antidepressant treatment. Thanks for the donation. Depressed may be and schizoid. Appreciate the donation. Bootycom donated $2. The rapping parts are based. What he's saying, skip the singing parts. Also, put caps on. Ew, gross. The fuck?
אומרים ליחיא סינואר Yeah we've seen war boom bye bye bitch הזמן שלך נגמר חזיז ברעם נדבק כמו ברק לא אהוד לא אהרון לא אובמה הטנק אחים לא מחכים לצו עולים על המדים אריות ולוויות נכנסים על נמרים משפטים שלי חצים מיירטים את המחשבות כל מילה זה גבול פגיעה כל אות בין כוונות שומעים את הנפילות רצים למחילות קופצים אל
Is it bad this is always cycling in my head? You should play this game too.
I'll take a look at that in a minute. Thanks for that donation, Mr. Codeman Mike. Yeah, not bad. Definitely not bad. Thanks for the donation, Bootycum.
My name is not important. What is important is what I'm going to do. I just fucking hate this world and these human worms feasting on its carcass. My whole life is just cold, bitter hatred. And I always wanted to die violently. This is the time of vengeance, and no life is worth saving. And I will put in the grave as many as I can. It's time for me to kill. And it's time for me to die.
Hatred was a pretty fun game. I think I've streamed it way long time ago, but I could stream it again. It was pretty funny. There's like this big outrage about the game, like saying it's promoting mass shootings. It's like literally a parody of mass shootings. The amount of funny poetic shit the guy says while committing mass murders, like you can't take it seriously. It was really a parody of, you know, mass shooters. Thanks for that donation, Mr. Codename Mike. Elias donated $2. So you thought that YouTube allowing Hitler propaganda was bad? Ted Bundy tribute.
It doesn't even matter. I had to fall to lose it all. Had in mind, I designed this rhyme to remind myself of a time when I keep that in mind. I designed it to me.
That is very strange. Very strange indeed. Thanks for that donation, Elias.
I'm looking up above the sky so high. I can feel our Lord steaming. So don't you start telling me to sing tonight. Oh, hey. 'Cause I've been trying to tell you people things you just really need to know. But you people kept telling me I was crazy. No matter where I go, no matter what I do, I see the same place days in the most mysterious way. You people so dazed out, I see it in your eyes. You're just so dazed out. You ain't my blazing rays, but you keep on pushing me. I had to say bye bye, bye 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 bye. I called up so many motherfucking people. I called you, you know, so strange.
I really like that cow there.
Yeah, I guess I'm just so fucking sick. Russ, I'm gonna.
Dude, if I went to some like foreign country on vacation and I saw a cow like this, I'd want to make friends with it. Oh, there's another cow. Cows are awesome. Cows are friends.
Please, I'm really starting to hate ya. No, I can't forget you.
I really love cows.
But I know you like my seed, the deed of the no greed, my breed, you know my.
Love how that cow's just there chilling while this guy is just singing the most horrible music ever. So Goku donated $2. Let me see.
Rep range does not matter for muscle growth. You can be doing 5 reps or 10 reps, it doesn't really matter as long as you're paying attention to this one thing, reaching or getting really close to true failure. If your 15th rep looks like this, then you can absolutely be sure that you'll stay small forever. Your last few reps should look something like this. Putting some effort into that lift. If your goal is to add muscle mass to your frame, then you absolutely need to make sure that you're reaching failure or that you're really close to failure. That's how you know that you're training at the right intensity and lifting heavy enough to actually induce muscle growth.
Yeah, so that's true. There's a hypertrophy rep range, quote unquote, so that could be anywhere between 5 to 30 repetitions. Generally speaking, you probably want to be more in the 5 to 20 range for the most part, with most heavy compound lifts being in the 5 to 10 range. But yeah, as long as you're within close proximity to failure, the reps you're doing per set don't really matter. If you're going with very low reps, like 1 to 3, as long as volume is equated, there doesn't seem to be a difference still, but you can't really match volumes with, 1 to 3 rep range sets. Thanks for the donation, though, Sengoku. Think we will play some video games soon. Like nowish.
Fire.
Do I have the same tab open? Yeah.
Corrupt government. Ground.
I watch Space
This
Ice
is the-
a fair bit.
Most obnoxious live streamer, and he's currently in some serious legal trouble.
I think we already watched that video.
What happened to your face? Did you get run over? Did you have a burn? Did someone punch you in your face?
That half of the guy's face looks pretty normal. Pretty big difference from left to right.
Face. These were just some of the questions that people used to ask me as I was growing up. And I recently started a YouTube channel to help support and inspire people with my real life stories. What happened to me and how I ended up looking. People cannot even pronounce, let alone understand. The condition causes tumors to grow on nerves. They can grow anywhere in the body, but for me, they grew on my face, predominantly the left side of my face, causing one side of my face to look very different to the other side of my face. When I was about 2 years old, they started to realize that one side of my face is slightly more swollen than the other. And I was born in India.
Let's see, crappy music donated $2.
These bitches hit my lap, talking about I hit her back, talking about She tried to hit me with the and then I fucking turn around and hit her I hit the and then she's like, why the fuck you hit the because I
Got the party fucking jumping. Just got some clips that I'm motherfucking dumping. Call up bro.
Who the fuck has the, Who the fuck comes up with, ideas? Oh wait, it's goodbye, right?
Hey, I just want to say goodbye. Goodbye to the people who hated on me. Goodbye to the people who loved me. Goodbye to the people who trusted me. Goodbye, goodbye to everybody.
Goodbye to the people who hated on me. Goodbye to the people who loved me. Goodbye to the people who trusted me. Goodbye, goodbye to everybody.
Now I need some changes in my life. Now I need to move on in life. Now it's time to say goodbye. Goodbye.
JSTLK will host you, but I think you have to follow him first. He's...
Why not? That just sounds like content. Host Tom?
Okay.
I can't host Tom. You would think VG would invite hate raids just to talk shit. Yeah, I mean, I would think so with Vegan Gains.
Are you sure? Doesn't he like struggle sometimes?
True. He also, yeah, he's got that depression, that crippling anxiety.
He's just got
I'm going
ASPD,
live.
isn't he?
What's that?
Antisocial personality disorder.
Oh, I mean, I think he does actually. Like, not even joking.
It's like a full-blown sociopath, self-described.
Vegan Gains is trying to fix it.
Alright, well, I subscribed to him. Ooga booga.
Oh, yeah, fix it, bro, and I'll host you.
Antisocial personality disorder.
Oh,
I mean, I think he
unfortunate,
does,
Queen.
actually.
Like, not even joking.
It's like a full-blown sociopath.
What are you talking about, Queeman?
Vegan
You
Gains is trying
are
to
an
fix it?
asshole.
What?
Are you not
Alright,
listening
well,
to
I
this stream
subscribed
where
to
you're
him.
talking shit? Okay,
I'm talking
I got the
shit.
host going for you, Vegan Gains.
Accurately
I
described
promise.
what he said to me. I'll go get what's the word?
Ooga booga. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, fix it, bro, and I'll host you.
Oh.
It's still not showing up for me, but I'm gonna refresh and we'll check it out. Actually, like, not even joking. Oh, I've also got him. I'm gonna mute his stream so that I don't cause the like weird refraction going on.
That's epic.
Okay, I got the host in for him. Boom. All right, guys. I need to
Sweet.
kick host 2 seconds. First name I see that I want. Tomfoolery Show. There we go.
Damn, I just heard about this news how a porn star, who had big tits and that I'd jack off to, committed suicide. I guess notoriety and wealth doesn't help with everyone's psyche. RIP.
Let's see. Porn star Cagney Lynn Carter, dead at 36 after suicide. Adult film actress who got her start in the industry way back in the mid-2000s, passed away. Body was received, medical examiner, blah, blah, blah. Well, can't say I'm terribly remorseful about that. If she wasn't vegan, I'm guessing she wasn't. One less meat eater on this planet. Thanks for the donation that bend over. Well, can't say I'm terribly remorseful about that. If she wasn't vegan. Alrighty.
Goodbye to everybody.
Goodbye to the people who hated on me.
Goodbye to the people who loved me. Goodbye to the people who trusted me. Goodbye, goodbye to everybody. Goodbye to the people who hated on me. Goodbye to the people who loved me. Goodbye to the people who trusted me. Goodbye, goodbye to everybody. I'm thinking deeply right now. My life with you. It's like ow, I don't know how to explain this. I don't know why it's happening to me, but I just realize.
This is why a lot of people think porn should be banned.
I don't know how many porn stars have actually committed suicide. I know there's been at least like 3 that I know of. One of them committed suicide by cop, basically. I know there was some other woman who committed suicide after being criticized online for not wanting to do a sex scene with a bisexual dude. I don't know how common suicide is in porn, though. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. End Times Memes, thanks for the membership, dude. Appreciate it.
I'm not the person I used to be. Now I just wanna leave. This city, this bullshit is not gonna happen again. Goodbye to the people who hated on me. Goodbye to the people who loved me. Goodbye to the people who trusted me. Goodbye, goodbye to everybody. Goodbye to the people who hated on me.
You rockin' to a Headshots production.
It's something about the girl that just makes my head wanna twirl. Oh, you got me want to tell all them other girls there's nothing else better on this world. The moment I seen her, I was in shock. So shocked you would think that I've just been shot. Shot down right down in the spot. But too precious doesn't happen to lie. Oh, man, you got me bitches after me on top of your what do you want? Was sweating a lot. A time of coffee before we would have to stop. That's just not into that stuff a lot. Oh, man, she's just super hot. All the gas and that's right on top. On top of my head, so many she goes, so I have to stop. Ask some questions that I had in stock. She said she wants to take it slow. I'm not that type of guy. I'll let you
Did this
know.
boy take his life?
You didn't give me a link. You mean this guy that we're dancing to? Probably. Thanks for the donation, though, even now.
When I see that red light, all I know is go. So baby girl, and do this on the floor. She said she wants to take it slow. I'm not that type of guy. I'll let you know. When I see that red light, all I know is go. So baby girl, and do this on the
Mr. Codename Mike donated $2 gangster shit. Let me see. Ugh. Oh yeah, this guy. The Tamil kid.
हरामी गैंग यहाँ भूखे सब हरा माल रात वक्त यहाँ आके राती सबकी लाल चिल्लम का टान मारो बॉम्ब वाला शॉट समर और विंटर हमेशा रहते हॉट लॉन्डियों को भाव नहीं सकती अपना स्वैग में भी आके कभी देख I'm a black nigger I'm a black nigger रांची के स्ट्रीट से हाथों में भीड़ है हेडफोन में बीट बजे कागज में गीत मी के black nigger I'm a black nigger रांची के स्ट्रीट से हाथों में वीड है हेडफोन में बीट बजे कागज में गीत लिखे ब्लैक निगर
I don't know if he's dark enough to be saying the gamer word. Thanks for the donation, though, Mr. Codename Mike.
Let's get up on the floor. Show me your moves that makes you such a pro. Oh, bro, I've been the one that I want to know. Oh, yeah, girl, I'ma let you know. You're the one that I'm really into, boo. There's a meaning one place I can be, but I'd rather be with you. Me and you pretending something that's new. That we only know that's between us two. Oh, girl, you drove me out my mind. Such a
This is horrendous. I gotta go take a pee-pee. I'll be right back. We'll probably play games after, but I'll be right back. Alright. I have returned. Booty Cum donated $2. N-word pass, yes.
Hey, hey. Catch a case, don't snitch, that's Mando. Ride for your click, that's Mando. Rope hit a lick, that's Mando. Always with the shits, that's Mando. Hey, that's Mando. Nigga, that's Mando. Toy. Hey, that's Mando. Nigga, that's Mando. Toy. Yeah, gotta stick to the G codes. I keep a stick everywhere I go. I'm from the section where the Asians cold. Front line pressing if a nigga tryna get bold. Married to the streets, I need a wedding ring. Niggas won't problems, let the
Sing? Let me see. I can do that for you. Thanks for the donation, D. Crappy music donated $2. Let me see.
Froggy Fresh 2012. Yeah. We back up in this. Y'all already know. Cause I am the baddest of them all. If you don't got money, then I don't fuck with y'all. Y'all think I don't get girls, cause I ain't very tall. If she see my stacks, I bet you that she calls. You know that I am the baddest of them all. If you ain't about money, then I don't mess with y'all. Y'all think I don't get girls, cause I ain't very tall. If she see my stacks, I bet you that she calls.
Yeah, that is a classic. Froggy Fresh had some good ones. Thanks for the donation, crappy music.
In the year 2013, a daring crew of reckless criminals unleash a torrent of chaos upon Washington, D.C. Backed by the reclusive genius mastermind Bane, these clown mass culprits stop at absolutely nothing to drain the city's vaults and fill their own greedy pockets, causing chaos and destruction wherever they go. These are the adventures of the Payday Crew.
They had been planning it forever. Divided all the tasks. Got their gear and all their weapons. And awesome wicked masks. Busted through the door and shot the place up. Got people on the floor and the drill up. Don't act surprised, you know the dates. 'Cause it's payday, get into the vault. Payday, fight back the police assault. Payday, the SWATs are going for the kill. You know it's payday, grab everything that you can. Payday, get it all into the van. Payday, they love both the money and the thrill. Soon the cops had him surrounded. They had the shoulder through. The getaway was half a block down, behind a wall of blue. They came with full force, no one could stop them. The whole police force could never swat them. Seems these cops forgot the dates. 'Cause it's payday, gotta get into the vault. Payday, fight back the police assault. Payday, give Mr. Loose Lip extra tape. You know it's payday, grab everything that you can. Payday, and get it all into the van. Payday, let's burn some rubber and escape. Payday, fill up your bags. Payday, empty your mags. Payday, we're on a streak. So it's payday every single day of the week. Payday, fill up your bags. Payday, empty your mags. Payday, we're on a streak. So it's payday every single day of the week. Jumped into their ride and tore the street up. And though the cops tried, they never caught up. Seems they forgot to check the dates. 'Cause it's payday, gotta get into the vault. Payday, fight back the police assault. Payday, the SWATs are going for the kill. You know it's payday, grab everything that you can. Payday, and get it all into the van. Payday, somebody get the thermal drill. Payday, yeah, payday. Get it all, payday. Come on, get it all. Payday. Clean house, payday. Send them helmets flying, payday. It's the action-filled adventures of the Payday crew. High five. All right. Hope you enjoyed that, D. Appreciate the donation again, man.
I had to fight my whole life. I could beat you up even if you had 1,000 knives. Even if you had infinity knives, I would punch you up into the air like a kite. I bet you sleep with the night light, 'cause you're scared of the dark, 'cause you stink like a fart. Well, I light your fart on fire with my rhymes. You think I won't? I do it all the time. I bet I got more money than Jay-Z. Compared to me, Jay-Z is lazy. Plus Beyonce thinks that I'm cute. It's okay, Beyonce, I think you're cute too. I made out with so many girls. I made out with every girl in the world. I might look small, but I'm not. I don't care if you're big, I'll fight you. Well, I do know that I am the baddest of them all. If you ain't got money, then I don't mess with y'all. Out on the court for a game of 2-on-2. Me and Mike versus James and his boy Big Blue. We headed off to Kevin's house right after school, cause he got that new Lifetime basketball hoop. We came ready to play. We came ready to win and bring the trophy home that day. Big Blue said, you ain't bringing home that W. How you gonna score when I'm standing here in front of you? I grabbed the ball and I passed it into Mike. Mike caught the pass, fake left and went right. He drove through the lane and he threw it off the glass. I couldn't believe my eyes, he was running so fast. Caught the pass in mid-air, then he threw that boy down. Nobody could believe it, James fell over on the ground. He started crying, put his hands on his head. Then Big Blue looked at me and Mike and he said, why is James crying? Cause he just got dunked down. I ain't even lying, yo, he just got dunked down. Yeah, he was standing in the way, so I jumped up in the air and I ducked it on his face.
Alright. Let's play some motherfucking video games. Gets cold in here pretty fucking quick. Glad I got the space heater. Alright, I think that's good. New place looks huge. It's pretty big. It's bigger than I thought it would be, based on the, like, photos and shit that I saw. The basement area is really large. House life is pretty sweet, dude. Should have done this earlier.
You seem happier in your new place. Is that a fact? And where are the cats?
I am definitely happier in the new place. It's just more space. It's nicer too. I don't have to move like 10 things around to fucking do anything. I can actually put a bunch of weightlifting machines down here too. But yeah, I don't have to do a bunch of shit with my weightlifting equipment to get it to fit. I don't have to put my race sim rig in a weird fucking corner. Just everything's open and I can get access to it, and it's pretty sweet. There's a lot of extra space upstairs too, since I'm in the basement, so it's pretty awesome. The area's pretty nice too. I like how I can park my motorcycle and not have to worry about my helmet and shit getting stolen. So I can just run into a store real quick without having to worry about anything. So it's nice. Thanks for the donation though, and the cats are upstairs. When I leave the door open, the cats come down and just wander around, but I keep the door closed at night. No, unfortunately there isn't a bathroom in the basement. I have to go upstairs.
I say we get the fuck out of here.
We're gonna do a house tour soon, don't worry. You have to mow now? Yeah, apparently.
Looks to me like
Haven't had to mow yet, though.
this could come in handy. If you want to stick 60-year-old explosive in your back, be my guest.
Those chemical weapons are close, right?
Every time you say something smart, you follow it with something dumb.
Pazuzu.
Do you want to hear a joke?
Nope.
First of January, 1947, 1 a.m. The saboteur has struck again, sealing us in here. We are hopelessly trapped with those things. All around us, they shriek from the darkness. Crow has set up his machine gun, pointed towards the catacombs. Mary was right. We cannot fight that which does not live. There is only one option now. Bring the whole damn temple down on them. Even if it means bringing it down on our own heads. They cannot be allowed out of here.
Ooh, hey. It's a little gem. Why wouldn't he take that?
It's caverns.
Whatever's down there, those explorers got there first. Hold up, will you?
What are you doing? You think they're still alive? That's hopeful.
Hope is all we got left. Is that your wife?
It's funny how you can know someone for years and never really know them. I had no idea my captain was married.
That the asshole you were with earlier?
You didn't make it.
Works for me. One less bad guy to deal with.
Your time will come. when you'll deeply regret this manner.
I don't carry regrets.
I'm going to teach you how to say sorry in an American accent. It's like saying the word starry but without the T.
Sorry. Sorry is how you say sorry in an American accent? Sorry? I don't know. That sounds retarded. Thanks for the donation, Scare Theater. Maybe sorry? Southern accent? Sorry.
This place is a Jack in the Box.
How much can I grip now? I haven't used the grippers in a little while. I had a Zenith gripper on my desk, and I closed the number 3 pretty easily.
What do you make of it?
It's like nothing I've ever seen.
You see that elevator cable? The explorers must have gone down.
I don't think they made it back up.
That winch still looks functional.
No.
No?
We are not going down there. The archaeologists didn't make it out. What does that tell you?
We're not archaeologists?
Our world is up there, not down below.
Well, there's an army of monsters between us and the world above. They're close. Fired up.
You crazy? If those vampires come from anywhere down there, you really want to find them in their own home?
What I've been doing since I set foot in this country. Get that elevator working.
Oh my god. Uh-oh. Where are they getting the fucking electricity from? Like, they didn't pull any other generators. They should have explained that. Because there's the one generator in that main room that blew up.
Has awoken from its slumber and is hungry for blood. Shall we see how many have fallen into shadow? Rachel found her way back to the light. A pity her husband wasn't there to welcome her back. Only one name in the ledger, an acceptable loss, considering the same.
Kid Boo donated $2, skip to 140. Trust me, you won't regret it. You forgot to give me a link. If you give me the link, then I can take a look. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
Let's hope nothing unfortunate has befallen Sergeant K. Those taken by the Abyss seldom live to tell the tale. As for Jason and Salim,
You know, we still haven't really played Beyond Two Souls. We gotta play that one.
Unless that hatchet is buried in a bag.
Let's see, Nigga donated $2. Let me take a look.
I think it's insane now to not compare Netanyahu and the IDF to Adolf Hitler and Nazi Germany.
Oh my god. The IDF has literally only killed about 20,000 civilians out of, 30,000 deaths total. Hitler literally rounded up fucking Jews and murdered 6 million of them, along with 4 million other fucking people that were like mentally disabled, black or the wrong fucking skin color, political, dissenters, gypsies.
I have to be honest with you, the Nazis were more discreet.
I can guarantee you with 100% certainty they were not more discreet.
They created these camps out in the middle of nowhere and kind of trained people over there and made it look like they were work camps. And
Oh, really? So, yeah, when the Nazis, invaded Poland and just shot Jews at gunpoint? Yeah, apparently this was more fucking discreet, right? Just digging mass pits and just shooting fucking Jews. Oh my god, dude, what is this, the Deep Fried podcast or whatever the fuck?
stuff, they hid it. Like, Israel is just openly slaughtering people who are just trying to grab food out of crates.
That is not what happened. They were rushing military vehicles, and it's a huge security risk, so they had to shoot.
Telling them, like, go to this area of Gaza because that's the only safe area. Everywhere else is under bombing, and then invading that area and just killing a bunch of people, and it's on and on and on. What's the death toll now? 32?
You got Biden going out there literally over a dozen times now. I've seen the headline. Oh, Biden is really upset with Netanyahu. And he said, sir, you better bomb more humanitarianly. If you're not going to cut off their money, and you're not going to cut off their weapons, and you're not going to condemn them at the UN, and you're not going to sanction them, just shut the fuck up.
Kyle is a massive fucking anti-Semite. I hate that piece of shit. Let's see, Kid Boo. 140. Yes, get that kid. Get that goddamn kid. He deserves it. He's probably gonna eat you. Dude, smash that kid. Fuck you. Dude, fuck this kid. Give him a concussion. Let's go. Yeah, fuck that kid. Oh. That's a nice goat. Wow. You know what? My sidecar triggers the fuck out of dogs. Yeah, this sidecar that I have, like, it is the most triggering fucking motorcycle to dogs. I don't know why. It might be the color, like green or something, but yeah, I can ride any bike. Dogs don't give a shit. This one, dogs just flip out. It's really weird. I don't know why. But, yeah, if you want a bike that makes dogs chase you, this is the one. Thanks for that donation, Kid Boo. Kid Boo gave me another $2. Let me see. Oh, wait. Is that the same one? No. Why did the thing play again? Weird.
I don't want to seem like an ungracious host, but time is against us. I'll be here to greet your charges as they cross the finishing line, or to bury what remains of them under it.
Again? Jesus, Eric, how many times? This is me. This is my way of dealing with it, and I'm done trying to explain it to you. Yes! Yes, this is my life now, and I'll live it on my terms. Wait, what did you just say?
Bad time?
Yeah, it's a real fucking bad time.
I'm just dropping off the files you requested.
Not now. I said not now.
Well, I didn't mean to upset you.
It's not you.
Seems like out here we're all running away from something. I know I am.
You were caught up in that mess at the checkpoint. You shot that woman. It's okay. You can talk to me.
It's just everyone seems to have an opinion on it. I'm dealing with it in my own way.
Would you rather have no wiener or have 100 million Canadian dollars and you can get a new wiener? Think the 100 million with the new wiener. If I can get a new wiener anyway.
Are you?
What game is this? This is Dark
got
Pictures
you.
Anthology House of Ashes.
And whoever that was, that sounded like a gold medal asshole. Whatever it is, you'll deal with it. Or say the word, and I'll handle it for you.
Jason, you here?
Oh yeah, and Sarah got eaten, right? I think she's dead. Oh, she's infected.
What the fuck? Nick, I thought I lost you.
I thought I'd lost you.
You're gonna get vampire AIDS. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Is there still the tripwire?
Over there!
Oh, that might not have been a good option.
Give me a fucking break here!
It's coming through! Run! Go, go, go!
He's quick. Uh-oh. Gonna have to hold my breath, and I'm not good at that. Oh, I hate these. Dun dun. Dun dun. Dun dun. Dun dun. Am I a psychopath or sociopath? Not sure. See, vampires do not have good peripheral vision.
All clear.
What?
That was too close back there.
We're still breathing.
We've not all been so lucky.
All that matters is you're okay. Do we need to talk?
About what?
About us. I need to know what's happening with us. If I die tonight, I want to die knowing where I stand with you.
We have a future together. Eric and I had been done for a year.
Rachel. I can't lose you. Not now. Not ever.
You better stay close then, Marine.
I ain't going nowhere. I can't lose you. Not now. Not ever.
You just said that.
It's Jason. He's alive.
We should go.
Let's go find Jason.
Oh my god.
I've seen some fucked up shit in my life. Nothing comes close to this. They don't seem to be following.
Do you like to wait for them, or...?
Don't need to be a smart ass. Just move. What is that? Cocoon? It looks like those things came from here.
Smells like formaldehyde.
So when did you become a scientist?
They don't teach you American science at school. We should stay clear of it.
Belongs to Randolph Hodgson. Maybe it's got some intel that could help.
That didn't help him.
Ah, shit.
That's a dead body. Would you consider playing Halo Infinite with your viewers? Game kind of sucks, dude.
Mary Hodgson. She gotta be his wife.
Her story didn't end so well.
I would be down to play, Helldivers 2.
I can't end up.
I just got that game.
This was all Lady Bradshaw's doing. She knew all along what was down here.
Yeah, I'm gonna play Snake Eater Remake when it comes out.
I found her below, hunched over the murdered corpse of Van Hoyten. As she turned to face me, I saw that she had changed. My hand fell to the closest weapon I could find, an iron tent peg. I stabbed her with the metal, impaling her in the heart. She died. Unholy screams echoed from deep below, as if answering the sudden release of blood.
Song request.
Alright, let me take a look at that in just a moment. Thanks for the donation. Heat Lorsley Good. And I scream, 'cause each one of them, there is a part of me. And I rage, 'cause I'm locked with them inside that cage. 'Cause I don't see a difference between the multitude of species. I feel pain, they feel pain, they all wanna live just like me. And when are we gonna see that there's no difference in suffering? One species, we're all the same. We're all sentient beings. When they bleed, I bleed. When they scream, I scream. When they are abused, doing it to me and you. And if you want peace, then we have to stop supporting. And when are we gonna see that there's no difference in suffering? One species, we're all the same. We're all sentient beings. And how long are we gonna go on with the abuses? Go vegan, because the animals don't need your petty excuses. Imagine if it was your baby that they were taken away. Imagine if it was your life, all your brothers and sisters intensely confined. Could you imagine being boiled alive? Could you imagine being slaughtered just for your hide? Could you imagine being viewed just as a product? And in the end, being senselessly murdered? And when are we gonna see that there's no difference in suffering? One species, we're all the same. We're all sentient beings. And when are we gonna see that there's no difference in suffering? One species, we're all the same. We're all trying to avoid pain. And when are we gonna see that there's no difference in suffering? One species, we're all the same. We're all trying to avoid pain. Well, that was a pretty decent song. Thanks for the donation, Heat Lore Seal Good. That's a weird name. Don't know if I pronounced it right. Let me see. Jack messaged me.
Hey man, yeah, we just finished that. It went for actually probably close to an hour and a half. I didn't time it, but it felt like that. Yes, he was a slippery, lying cunt, to say the least. He was extremely frustrating to talk to. It's just like talking to a nut that just makes up bullshit, and this is everything you would have expected anyway. It would have been really good to have you there because he just goes on these gigantic tangents. I try to interrupt, I try to get him to answer questions. He doesn't answer any ethical questions, and his entire argument is based on this idea that there's nothing to support that you can be healthy as a vegan, that you're missing all these nutrients, etc., etc. So I can't even really talk about ethics because it's all hypothetical and it's just not possible. And then when you ask him to provide studies, he doesn't even do that. He just brings up a few studies about Crohn's disease and carnitine, and it was a head fuck. So, yeah, I mean, like, after the debate, I can't help but feel like, oh, I should have done this, I should have done that, I didn't do that well, maybe I didn't do that well. Tash spoke really well. We still made some solid animal rights points, but when it comes to dealing with his slipperiness, his lies, his denial of science, I found it very difficult to actually come back with a solid point to make to actually showcase that this guy's lying. I tried to talk about the hierarchy of evidence, he just laughs at that. I try to talk about studies that support plant-based eating and lower mortality rates because of plant-based eating. Again, he just laughs at that and just says blah, blah, blah. I can't even remember. Yeah, everything you would imagine. I think it would have been really helpful to have you there, but maybe we can do like a... hold on, I'll continue this. I was thinking once the video's out, maybe we could get a bunch of other vegans such as yourself, Nagra, maybe Danny, and we can like watch it and critique it and just kind of expose this guy's lies in post, and maybe critique how myself and Tash did it. I think we did an alright job, but we could have done better, but it is what it is.
Alright. Well, that went exactly as I would have expected. Jack debated Dr. Anthony Chafee. I was supposed to debate him, but the bitch basically refused to debate if I was there. Ugh.
In Makanda.
Yeah, what you said. What the fuck is this place?
What is this hell? Is this even real?
Yeah, that was Jack.
We are being judged. God is punishing us all for the mistakes we've ever made.
Zane is all I have left in this world. After my wife left us, I gave him my all. I wanted him to have everything I didn't.
Single parent. Tough fucking gig.
It is. But my boy has made me very proud. He's going to London, to university. If only he would stop stealing.
This morning, I found the goods Zane had stolen. I left a message with my neighbor to tell Zane how angry I was with him. I said the last thing he will hear from his father. I miss him so much. Is your conscience clear, Jason?
Green zone. Checkpoint.
Do you think Christy will be ready to be dicked down by my big vascular massive throbbing hairy cock this Thursday? What do you think? Any advice?
I mean, probably. I'm sure her stinky hole's ready for anything. Thanks for the donation, though, Alex. Maybe just bring some, grease.
Nick and I, we were caught in traffic. Checkpoint had been hit before by suicide bombers. There was a woman. She was carrying a bag. Fuck.
Tell me.
I ordered for her to stop, loud and clear, but she didn't. She just kept on walking. I had to make a call. Nick, he shot her dead.
What was in the bag?
Groceries.
I don't understand. Why didn't she stop?
She didn't hear me. She had fucking headphones on. Huh. This bullshit. I'm not here to honor the dead. The truth is, my life was going nowhere fast. I jumped at the chance to sign up.
We all have our reasons. They don't have to be profound.
Profound, huh? When those towers were hit, I was stoned out of my fucking skull. I didn't even hear about it till a week later. How's that for profound? I don't even know what the fuck I'm doing here.
You're serving your country.
That woman had a family, friends. She had her whole life in front of her, and we snuffed it out with a single bullet. I mean, what the fuck?
Gay.
I can hear you thinking.
Kind of weirds me out when people are remorseful that they, killed somebody by accident.
Take the initiative and make something happen.
Like, for me, it'd probably just be an oopsie.
We go inside there, and we find a way to hurt them.
Those fucking things tried to fuck with our heads. They try to kill us. But you and I, we're both standing. Start believing, Salim. We're gonna get out of here and see the sun again.
Is that what you truly believe?
Hoorah!
What on earth is that sound?
It's a Marine thing.
Oh. So, does that make me a Marine too?
Let's not get ahead of ourselves, huh?
Okay.
Hey, whatever happens out there, I've got your back.
We'll stand together. It's the only way.
What if they were vegan? Yeah, I still wouldn't feel bad about it. It's probably their fault anyway. Probably shouldn't breathe that in. Uh-oh.
Again, but pay attention, you know how it sounds now. Keep up, love everyone.
Alright, well thanks for the donation, dude. Apparently I have to sing the encore. We shall do this again. And scream, 'cause each one of them, there is a part of me. And I rage, 'cause I'm locked with them inside that cage. 'Cause I don't see a difference between the multitude of species. I feel pain, they feel pain, they all wanna live just like me. And when are we gonna see that there's no difference in suffering? One species, we're all the same. We're all sentient beings. When they bleed, I bleed. When they scream, I scream. When they are abused, doing it to me and you. And if you want peace, then we have to stop supporting. Stop supporting. And when are we gonna see that there's no difference in suffering? One species, we're all the same. We're all sentient beings. And how long are we gonna go on with the abuses? Go vegan, because the animals don't need your petty excuses. Imagine if it was your baby that they were taking away. Imagine if it was your life, all your brothers and sisters intensely confined. Could you imagine being boiled alive? Could you imagine being slaughtered just for your hide? Could you imagine being viewed just as a product? And in the end, being senselessly murdered? And when are we gonna see that there's no difference in suffering? One species, we're all the same. We're all sentient beings. And when are we gonna see that there's no difference in suffering? One species, we're all the same. We're all trying to avoid pain. And when are we gonna see that there's no difference in suffering? One species, we're all the same. We're all trying to avoid pain. Alright, hope you enjoyed that. Appreciate the donation again, Heat.
Stay close. This gotta be where those things come from.
I think so. Question is, where the hell are they?
Sleep. Over here. What do you make of it?
This place could have been down here for thousands of years.
God didn't make these creatures.
No. It's possible we've got this wrong way around.
What's that supposed to mean?
Maybe we're intruding on them.
Lane, check this out.
Sounds like music.
That don't sound like any music from where I'm from.
Okay, maybe not music. Could be, a language.
You've seen those motherfuckers. They're not exactly the chatty type.
We shouldn't underestimate them. Look at this place. Those things are intelligent. This moths is everywhere.
Is it just me, or is it alive? Sleep. Check this out.
I'm your biggest fan, I'm Gig. I don't deny that.
Ancient.
You don't think it's alive, do you? Touch it.
You touch it.
Pussy. Fuck, it was close. Thanks.
Did you see that?
Of
course I fucking saw it. That creature is fossilized.
Ew, Cheetos are fucking disgusting. If you like Cheetos, you're a degenerate. Fucking hate Cheetos, dude. Yeah, I've never been a fan of cheese, just in general, but that, like, gross fake cheese that's on Cheetos, fucking hate it. Oh, hey, that's the guy from the beginning of the game.
Shit. Look at him. Check out that armor. This guy's goddamn biblical. Shit! Did you see that? I think he's still alive. Oh, that's impossible. In this place, everything's possible.
Poke him.
Shit. Fucker's been alive all this time? Just sitting here with half a head? Fluid. It must have preserved his flesh. His brain.
I'd kill him. That seems horrible.
We can't leave him like this. Well, shit. You had enough time to get used to it? I'm serious. Oh. The noise will attract the vampires. I'll do it. ارتحت دلوقتي في موتك.
Will there be any really nasty gay penetration sex scenes in this game? Or should I just leave now?
I think there's one right at the end. Thanks for the donation, though, Wang Doll. Yeah, hot Cheetos aren't any better. They suck, too. I think you've just proven to everybody you're a sick degenerate. It's like liking yogurt. If you like yogurt, you're also a degenerate. I suck off elephants donated $3. Thanks for the donation, dude. Appreciate it. Cheese isn't a probiotic, it's not a live bacterial culture. Wonder if these are like, sex devices, you know, kind of like a Sibian machine. Because there's like a bunch of them. I can't imagine like all of them would be controlling a spaceship at once.
It's late. Looks like someone's been avoiding the dentist. No fangs.
Can you see? The bone is ruptured where they should be, as though smashed from the inside out.
What are you saying?
Maybe these things weren't originally vampires. Maybe they got infected.
Sleep.
What is it?
I think we hit the mother lode.
Is that like a nuclear reactor?
Yeah. Then I am thinking what you're thinking. Quietly.
Don't know which way to go to avoid activating the thing. Oh, there we go.
Check this out. They died fighting each other.
Like dogs fighting over food.
Can we go up here? Where do we go? Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Did this really happen in real life?
Yes, this is based on a true story. Your mom. Thanks for the donation, Rondell Will.
Have you ever had buckwheat and jasmine rice together cooked in the same pot? It smells like sweet grass. How big is your house? Will we be getting a house tour? If you were on a water slide and you were expecting short time and it ended up being like 15 minutes.
Never had buckwheat and jasmine rice cooked together in a pot. Don't know if I've even ever... No, maybe I have. I think I've had buckwheat on its own. It tastes okay. House is fairly big, especially when you include the basement. And yeah, we're gonna do a house tour soon. If I was on a water slide and I was expecting a short time and it ended up being like 15 minutes, I guess I'd be sort of upset. Thanks for the donation, Flex.
Where'd it go?
I got something for you! I'll cover you!
Go!
Ooh, look at this. The scientists were here before. This is the best stream yet. We're glad you enjoy it.
You turned up like the fucking cavalry. I thought you were dead.
When is VGCon 2024? Maybe in the summer.
Good to see you again, ma'am. Take my hand. Glad you're here, man.
This place.
What's my favorite one of these games? This would have to be the favorite. I think this is the best one in the Dark Pictures anthology.
We need a plan.
Fuck those things up and get the fuck out.
Good plan.
Sergeant K, what do we got left?
So we got 8 clips of 556 FMJ, 3 40 mil high X rounds, a couple of 9 mil pistols, 4 clips between them. We'll make that work. Huh. Plus 2 phosphor rounds. And 1 block of composition C4. All in is not enough.
We've also got this.
It's old, unpredictable.
We work with what we got.
Our fuses are shot, but we can use the C4 to detonate them. Let's just hope they still pack a punch.
The vampires come from those cocoons. You saw how many there were in that vault? There could be thousands in there.
Should we blow them up? Burn as many of those motherfuckers as we can and head for the surface. What do you think, Sergeant?
Hoorah.
I'm not gonna allow him to carry a pistol.
We are way past that point now, man. We stand together as one. Looks like our explorer friends are here too. We should search this place before we move out.
Musical language. See, Grand Damned Donate Tellers, did you see this? Let me take a look. Billionaire shipping mogul drowned after making fatal mistake in her Tesla. The sister-in-law of a top U.S. politician drowned in her Tesla after she was unable to break the strengthened glass as she sank into a pond. Oh my god, dude. Angela Chow, the sister-in-law of Mitch McConnell, died as last month after she reversed into a body of water on a private ranch in Texas. That sounds retarded. People who accidentally hit reverse and then, like, gun it into something, like, they're fucking dumb. 50-year-old was driving home in her Model X from an evening with friends when she attempted a 3-point turn, accidentally put her car into reverse. But the type of glass used in the windows and the sunroof is nearly impossible to break underwater, according to the American Automobile Association. As the car started to sink, Angela called a friend in a panic, and rescuers tried to save her over the next several hours. One friend even jumped into the pond to attempt to rescue her before emergency services arrived 24 minutes after they were called. They found the vehicle completely submerged, with some even being able to stand on the roof of the car. The dive teams had to be brought in along with a tow truck, which did not have a cable long enough to reach the car after the Tesla was pulled from the water. Hundreds of gallons rushed out as the doors opened. Angela was found unresponsive. Paramedics trying to revive her for 43 minutes. Drivers need to roll down electric car windows within seconds of an accident occurring. You know, it's kind of funny how all these, like, features on Teslas, you know, them having extremely strong glass, having the weird door handles, it's resulted in quite a few people dying. Like, they're not particularly safe cars. She sounds like a fucking moron, though. Thanks for that donation, Grand Dame. Oh, hey. That's from the other game. That really shitty one that was the last one to come out.
How confident are you that they'll work?
They'll work. I should have said it sooner, but I'm sorry about Eric's death.
Thank you. It means a lot.
Rachel, I just want your hand.
It's nothing. I'm just cold.
She's turning into a vampire. Oh no.
Any juicy gossip?
It belonged to Mary Hodgson. Of all the topics she wrote about, one thing stood out more than the rest.
What's that?
She wanted to go home.
Mary's not the only one. Is she?
Over here. I found something.
Yeah, she's done for.
The bones of this temple are drenched in blood. We have set foot on an uncharted shore and roused something ancient and wicked. A blasphemy that comes in indescribable shapes and forms. For eons we lived as children in this world, unaware of the horrors that slumber beneath our feet. Now we have blindly thrown open the gates to madness. I fear being taken, but I must do what I must. We must seal this place for eternity, for all mankind. Mary, I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, Gig should make more VG adventure vids, for sure.
None of them made it out alive.
What I wouldn't give to see daylight again.
Daylight and a cold one.
Rachel,
Yeah?
I'm sorry for your loss. Eric was a good man.
He was. What was in it for him? Is it really all about these tablets?
It's singing.
Oh.
Are you okay?
She's got the parasite in her.
There's meaning here.
It's a language formed from chords, musical scales, sonics. Mary was a pianist. She deciphered it. She thought these carvings represented the stars. Do you see? It's Cetus, the whale.
We're a long way from the night sky.
It's a mystery.
Make you
According to the
spaghetti?
journal, there was only one scale of sound.
I'm not a fan of spaghetti.
But Mary was studying it alone.
It's not my preferred form of Italian pasta.
I'm going to need your help.
What can I do?
This console is too big to operate single-handedly. Something. Mary believed that these creatures were once peaceful. Their language was one of music. How could they not feel emotion? Then a tragedy fell upon them. Their great empire collapsed. Their music fell silent, and they turned on each other. What happened? Sickness? A madness? What turned them from architects into killers? Whatever it is, it twisted them. Now they're creatures of hate. Animals. Dead things. With no one left to kill. So they slept. And they waited. They waited for us.
Shit! Rachel!
She gonna blow herself up?
Rachel. Rachel, look at me.
She has it. It's inside her.
That'd be funny if it was like a chest burster.
I'm sorry.
I don't know if that would work. Nah, let's see what happens. I'm not doing it.
I heard you and Jasmine were considering adopting a child. I have a lot of respect for you two for doing that. Good for you, man.
We are not doing that. We kind of can't stand children, and we'd never adopt a child. Thanks for the donation, Billy Bob. That'd also mean less motorcycle money for me, too. Let's see her transform. Yeah, transform.
They came from the stars. This isn't their home. It's an arc.
Do something! She's turning into one of them!
I'll put her out of her misery. Hold her the fuck down.
There's gotta be a way we can't lose her!
There's no other way. Hold her down.
Jason. Don't do it.
I have to put you down.
It's me, Jason. Please, put down the gun.
No!
You were going to shoot me? The hell were you thinking?
I was the only one that was thinking. Wait, may I suggest something? Fuck, man, just say it. There may be another way. The fluid in the cocoons. Oh, shit, I think I know where you're going with this.
What's he talking about?
Fluid, it keeps the flesh alive, but it stops the aging. A man covered in this fluid, he should have been dead, but he was alive. It kept him alive. If we can get Rachel in there, it could stop this.
Are you for real?
It could stop her from transforming. The cocoon will keep her safe until we return with help. It's our only hope.
Just do it. Anything to stop this.
That's a bad idea. Yeah, imagine being stuck down there for literally thousands of years while you're being, like, preserved by that goop.
This one. We're coming back for you.
Don't let me die here.
There's no way.
Is that a promise?
Yes, ma'am.
Richard, if you are still interested in Mike Chang's Monster Mass Workout Program, I'd be happy to send you a link.
Isn't Mike Chang kind of done with that sort of stuff? I didn't think he was making, like, any real serious fitness content where he's telling people to, like, you know, build a lot of muscle. Wasn't it mostly, like, yoga and stuff he's doing now? Not really interested in doing any more content on Mike Chang, so it's all good. Thanks for the donation. I constantly have to poop.
It takes to get to safety. The world needs to know what happened down here.
That is very weird.
I swear, I'm coming back for you.
What do you think of Quarantos? I think he's a little crazy.
You seeing what I'm seeing?
Those mounds are made of cocoons. Thousands of them. If we set the charges there, they'll all burn.
Shit, they're hatching. We gotta move. Quick.
Okay, listen up. We've been hit hard tonight. We lost brothers. Rachel's gone. So's the Colonel. But now, it's time to get some payback.
We plant charges on as many of those clusters as possible and then detonate them remotely. The second those charges go off, we haul ass to the exit. If luck is on our side, we'll do more than fry a few vampires. We'll create a diversion. Chillin, you ready?
I am.
Okay then. Let's get loose, kids.
Okay. Who's going to place the dynamite?
Alright, fuck it. I'll do it.
You're crazy. We'll do it together.
Nah, the more of us down there, the more chances we'll get seen. Takes a detonator. If I don't make it...
Nick!
Hear me out. If I don't make it...
Did you see Pignorant? If not, will you watch it?
I have not seen Pignorant. I don't know if I will watch it. I've already seen a bunch of animal rights documentaries, and they kind of make me depressed, seeing how the animals are mistreated. Might end up watching it, but thanks for the donation, Ricky. you effin' chink donated $2. Are you closer or further from Isaac? Further. We used to live in the same town, like 5 minutes away. Has he checked out the new crib yet? No, he hasn't come over. Have you ever been asked this question before? No. And if you have, has anyone asked you? If someone has asked you, if someone has asked you, if someone has asked you, if... no. Thanks for the donation, you effing chink. Elias donated $2. Migrants are already training on the boat. Is your debate about veganism with the guy who said that it's okay to eat babies still available somewhere? What was his name? I don't recall debating somebody saying it's okay to eat babies. So, yeah, I'm not sure. Fighting age male illegal migrants show off their knives and machetes in a boat to Europe. They're literally brandishing weaponry at the traders and power still roll. Out the red carpet, we should be meeting them with Navy blockades, not open arms. Yes, because why would a teenage kid have an interest in martial arts? This seems like typical teenage kid behavior to me, so I don't know, it's a little dramatic. Thanks for the donation though, Elias.
I want you to blow those charges. Just don't go getting trigger happy on me.
Every step of the way, you keep him radio contact.
And if there's no radio signal?
Then I'll pop a flare. See it go up, you hit that detonator.
Be quick, and be safe. You hear me, buddy?
I won $1,000 at the casino tonight playing blackjack, so I wanted to share some of the winnings with you. Here you go.
Well, congratulations, Barney. That's pretty sweet. Thanks for the donation, dude.
I can't make it out.
Where did he go?
What are all these machines?
There! There's one ahead of him. To his left.
Nick,
First dynamite is down. Over.
Which way? Left or right?
Oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Would I rather fap or lose everything I have in life? I think I'd rather fap.
Holy shit.
It's getting kind of hairy down there, brother. Why don't you ditch the rest of those charges and head back?
Look at that, man. It's the mother load.
It's too far.
I'm going for it.
Advance.
This is way too easy.
Oh no.
What is it?
There are too many. He's a dead man.
Sweet baby Jesus.
Wait! What will warning him do now? There is no way out.
Hey, how's it looking up there?
Tell him.
They're all over you, man. Hundreds of them.
At least you've got the boss to tell me the truth.
I'm sorry, Nikki. For this? For what happened at that checkpoint?
Would you rather have 1 penny or no money? I guess 1 penny. Uh-oh. Boing, boing. Boing, boing. Damn it! Aw! The stupid background fucked me. Oh, well, I guess he's dead. That's great. I got confused because of the background. It was fucking annoying. Stupid transparency. Would I rather name the traitor Masturbate? Probably both.
Rest in peace, Nikki.
What is it?
So that's Sarah? Oh no, that's that other bitch. Oh, she's coming. Here she comes. She's coming for you.
Coming after us! You gotta cut the rope!
Cut it lower, you idiot. Oh my god. Dude, that guy has insane grip strength. What the fuck?
Look! There's a way out!
Liked your cat pic on Insta? Well, thank you, Hexacorn. She's a very nice kitty.
alive. We're fucking alive. This is Bellman 2-1 actual to Coyote 2. Radio check, over.
This is Rhino 1-5, solid copy. We're 5 minutes from your position. Where the hell have you guys been? Over.
Improvise, adapt, and overcome. We fucking did it!
Look around you. So quiet.
You think those shepherds are still around here? I could use a cold one.
I must return home to my boy. He must be worried about me.
Oh.
Oh no. Not again.
It's an ellipse.
They're coming! Get to the huts!
Seal the exits! We hold them here!
How much time do we have?
You tell me, I don't know shit about space. Contact!
Hold your ground! There are too many of them!
I'm almost out!
There has to be another way out. Those flares? Where were the bullets?
Fuck it! We use what we got.
It's been interesting knowing you.
Oh my god. Horse. Sharp things, their only weakness. Wouldn't these things come out at night every night?
have eyes on the friendlies. There.
This is Mailman 2 in actual. We have eyes on and are clear for even. Oh.
Why is he still holding that? He's still holding it. Why would he still have that sharp thing?
We've got 2 survivors. One of them's a PW. Returning to base.
Freely they stood who stood, and fell who fell. Not bad. You've guided some of your charges to the light, while others have fallen to the darkness. Survival often comes at a great cost, a cost that others sometimes must pay. I look forward to our next encounter. Perhaps I'll choose a story that's a little more homely next time, somewhere you'd be guaranteed of a decent night's sleep. Rest assured, wherever it is, you'll find it extremely hard to leave. Until the next time. You know the way out.
You're late, and you look like shit.
I just got off the red-eye. What's your excuse?
Good flight?
Oh, shit movie, shit meal, no leg room.
They cram you in the back?
By the toilets.
Nice.
Coffee wasn't so bad, though. Good fucking muffins.
Did you read the brief?
On the flight. How's it going with the analysis team?
The ISG team took heavy losses, but it wasn't a complete disaster. We just had to scrape some of them off the floor.
Poor bastards. And the entities?
Like nothing we've seen before. Kolchak Jason, First Lieutenant, Marine Force Recon.
The best of the best, huh?
Or so they advertised.
Fuck! Now how many times do I have to keep telling you the same damn story?
I understand. However, CENTCOM needs to iron out any irregularities.
Such as? The whole fucking thing was irregular.
Such as why you allied with an enemy combatant?
You ain't fucking there! Those things were ripping us to shreds. I don't give a damn who it was. We needed all the help we could get.
And Sergeant K?
Nikki didn't make it.
So they cooperated with an Iraqi soldier down there?
Republican Guard, if you can believe it.
I'm dying to meet this guy.
I am not answering any more questions until I see my son!
That's not how we do things around here. I'd like to talk more about the entities.
The vampires.
I'm finding it very hard to believe that you killed those things with that.
Untie me, and I'll show you how I did it.
The analysis team are still pulling specimens from the site. It's carnage down there.
They used dynamite?
We don't know how they got their hands on it.
Shame. His testimony could have been valuable.
Play WWE games for the next stream? Maybe.
Ah, and here we have Colonel Eric King, our in-house genius. He definitely got more than he bargained for.
Those two were married, right?
In the loosest sense of the word. He felt his death.
Yeah, I've read the report. Wonder if there's more to it than that.
The answer to that died with him. This comes down to Kalis. It mistook the temple for Saddam's weapon depot.
Piece of shit system.
I wouldn't say that. It's been a big find for us. We've been lucky.
This is your definition of lucky?
They left Rachel King at the site. She's been recovered.
Parasite?
Extracted.
Lucky girl.
We still on for next Sunday?
Janet's making hot pot. You bet your ass we're on.
I'll never get used to this job.
Why would you want to?
At least this one was localized.
Small blessings.
So, what do you make of it all?
Doesn't matter what I think. Only thing that matters is controlling the flow of information. As far as the world knows, not a damn thing happened here.
You want to know what it means to be a killer? Think of the most profound thing you've ever done.
This game was shit.
The most beautiful thing you've ever created. And I promise you, it's nothing compared to watching the life bleed out of someone. To see the fear in their eyes.
Yeah, Devil in Me was such a bad game.
To hear them pleading, begging. That's true art. That's what you have to be, an artist. I've left my mark on the world. Have you?
Poingus. An error has occurred. That's good. All right. It is quite late, so I think we'll end things here. But hope you guys had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated in Streamlabs. Should be streaming tomorrow around the usual time. I ended up streaming later today because I thought I was going to have a debate, but I ended up not having a debate, so hence the stream was quite late. But tomorrow night should be around usual time, like around 8-ish. Starkvarg is pretty cool.
Nothing too hard straight away. That was some roost. The audio just a...
But sweet dreams, everybody. See you all tomorrow.